Welcome to gentle, creepy experiences, soothing lullabies, a quiet space where the world outside fades away as you drift into the soft hum of night. I know many of you seek slumber here, a gentle escape from the day's long reach before you surrender to the creeping peace. Take a moment, if you can, to acknowledge our shared journey. A soft tap on the like button, a quiet subscription to this silent stream. And if the whisper finds you, tell me where you are in this vast, waking dream. What time lingers there as shadows grow long? Now, let your breath deepen, slow, steady. Close your eyes and allow yourself to simply be, to relax. The first story, A Quiet Presence, begins now. The modest Victorian terrace revealed itself to the house buyer on a quiet Tuesday afternoon in October. The motor car of the real estate agent rounded a gentle bend in the suburban lane. And there it stood. A home of unassuming character, not grand, yet not entirely forgettable. Its brick facade seemed to absorb the muted autumn light in a peculiar way, as if the very air around it had grown thick and heavy with accumulated time, clinging to the eaves and the very stones. Built in 1889, the real estate agent was saying, her voice a practiced drone as she consulted a worn leather portfolio. She spoke with the efficient detachment of one accustomed to guiding clients through a procession of properties, each one likely to disappoint. The previous owner lived here for 43 years before his passing. No family to speak of. The estate wishes a quick sale. The house buyer stepped from the car, his shoes crunching softly on gravel that felt as though it hadn't been disturbed in decades. The sound seemed to resonate in the quiet afternoon. A small, brittle interruption. The house gazed back at him through windows clouded with the gentle patina of years, their frames painted in a shade of green that might once have been fashionable, but now seemed to belong to no particular era at all. 43 years, the house buyer repeated, the words a low murmur, though he had heard perfectly well the first time. There was something in the stark precision of that number, the exactness of the duration, that settled within him a vague unease, a discomfort he couldn't quite name, a subtle discord in the quiet order of things. The agent, with a flourish, produced an enormous key from her handbag. It was the sort of heavy, intricate key one might expect to unlock the weighty gates of an ancient castle, rather than the simple entrance to a suburban home. The previous owner, she explained, her voice softening slightly with a hint of reverence, was quite particular about maintaining the house exactly as it was when he purchased it. You'll find it rather authentic to the period. The front door opened with a deep, resonant groan. It was a sound that seemed to emanate not from the simple mechanics of hinges turning, but from some deeper, older source within the very structure of the house itself. A sigh of awakening, or perhaps of weary acceptance. The house buyer followed the agent into a hallway where motes of dust danced lazily in shafts of amber light that filtered through a leaded glass panel. The air, heavy and still, tasted distinctly of lavender. But underneath that floral note, there was something else. A subtle, unpleasant undercurrent that brought to his mind, with an unwelcome vividness, the hushed atmosphere of his grandmother's bedroom in the quiet weeks before her passing. The agent led him into a sitting room. Here, delicate antimacassars draped the backs of horsehair chairs, each one a silent testament to a bygone era. A tall grandfather clock stood motionless in the corner, its pendulum frozen behind the polished glass. A sentinel of time forgotten, quite a saving on furnishing costs. "I should think," the agent remarked, her voice brisk again. The house buyer nodded absently, his attention drawn to a collection of sepia-toned photographs arranged on the mantelpiece. The images depicted stern-faced individuals in Victorian dress, their eyes holding that peculiar, unsettling intensity common to early portrait photography. It was as if they were staring not merely at the camera lens, but through it, into some distant, troubling future they somehow perceived. "Are these family photographs?" he inquired, his voice a tentative whisper in the heavy air. The agent glanced at the mantelpiece with the disinterested air of one who has witnessed too many other people's private possessions. "I assume they belong to the previous owner. He was never married. As I mentioned, perhaps relatives of some sort." The kitchen retained the authentic charm of gaslight-era domesticity. A cast iron range, dark and imposing, clearly designed for coal or wood, dominated one wall. A larder with slate shelves stood ready for provisions. The sink was equipped with a single brass tap, which the agent demonstrated with evident pride. "Hot water heated by the rain," she explained. "Quite efficient once you understand the system." The house buyer turned the tap experimentally. After a moment of metallic complaint, a stream of brown water spluttered forth, then gradually cleared to a grudging transparency. The sight of it, for some reason he could not fathom, reminded him unpleasantly of blood thinning in a basin, a fleeting, visceral image that seemed entirely out of place. Upstairs, the bedrooms maintained the same museum-like quality. Brass bedsteads with horsehair mattresses, washstands complete with porcelain basins, and wallpaper adorned with patterns that seemed to subtly shift and rearrange themselves when observed in peripheral vision. The master bedroom overlooked a small garden where fruit trees stood in regimented rows, their branches heavy with apples that appeared perfectly ripe despite the lateness of the season. The previous owner was quite the gardener, the agent observed, following his gaze. Those trees have produced fruit continuously for decades, most unusual for this climate, according to the neighbours. The house buyer found himself drawn to the bedroom's single mirror. A tall glass in a mahogany frame that reflected his image with an odd, distorted quality, as though the silvering had begun to deteriorate in specific, unsettling patterns. His face appeared slightly askew, the fine lines around his eyes more pronounced than he remembered, his hair showing streaks of grey that he was certain had not been there that morning. Merely the quality of the glass, the agent interjected, noticing his examination. These old mirrors tend to develop imperfections. Adds character. Don't you think character? Yes, the house buyer thought, his gaze lingering on his altered reflection. The house certainly possessed character in abundance. Whether this abundance was entirely a blessing, however, remained to be determined. The purchase proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Within a fortnight, the house buyer had signed all the necessary papers, arranged for the utilities to be restored to modern standards, and taken possession of the keys. He noted, though, that the agent retained the original massive medieval key, claiming it was required for the estate records. He moved in on a quiet Saturday morning in November, bringing only his essential belongings, a small collection of clothing. a few well-loved books, and the sparse pieces of furniture he had accumulated during his years in the city. The house absorbed these modern intrusions with a quiet dignity, much like an elderly relative might accept the presence of visiting children tolerant, perhaps, but not entirely approving. That first evening, the house buyer sat alone in the parlour, attempting to read by the light of a table lamp he had brought from his previous flat. The lamp, however, seemed inadequate to the task. Its electric glow, feeble and solitary, struggled to penetrate the deep shadows that gathered in the room's corners, coiling and clinging like living things. Eventually, he abandoned his book, the words blurring into an indistinct haze, and went to bed. He climbed the narrow stairs, each creak a soft whisper in the silence, while the grandfather clock in the hallway maintained its silent, unblinking vigil. Sleep came reluctantly, a fragile visitor accompanied by fragmented dreams. He heard faint voices, murmuring from rooms he had not yet explored, their words indistinct, like whispers carried on a distant wind. When he woke on Sunday morning, a lingering sense of unease clung to him, but he attributed it to the natural anxiety of sleeping in a strange, unfamiliar place. He was certain it would pass with time. It was not until the following weekend that he noticed the first subtle, undeniable change. The cast iron range in the kitchen had been cleaned, not merely dusted or wiped, but thoroughly blackened and polished until it gleamed with the proud lustre of a Victorian housewife's devoted labour. The house buyer stood before it in his dressing gown, a cup of instant coffee growing cold and forgotten in his hands, trying to remember if he had touched the range at all during his first week in residence. He had not. He was absolutely, unsettlingly certain he had not. The brass fittings had been polished as well, the tap at the sink, the door handles, even the small coal scuttle he had noticed gathering dust in the corner. Everything metallic in the kitchen now reflected the soft morning light with an enthusiasm that seemed almost eager, almost unnerving in its unexpected perfection. The house buyer examined every lock on every door and window, ran his hands over the sturdy latches, felt the cold, reassuring weight of the bolts. Everything was secure, just as he had left it. Yet, the house continued to gleam with an attention to maintenance that he had certainly not provided. A quiet, diligent force worked unseen, making subtle alterations, polishing, cleaning, and restoring, instilling in him a growing, insidious unease. The changes, once subtle, began to accelerate with each passing week, following a pattern that the house buyer found himself anticipating with a peculiar mix of dread and strange fascination. By the end of November, the hallway wallpaper, once faded and nondescript, had been replaced or perhaps meticulously restored to a vibrant pattern of William Morris roses. The stylized blooms seemed to breathe with a silent, botanical life, their deep greens and muted reds softening the harsh angles of the corridor. The floorboards, previously dark with the accumulated grime of age and neglect, now shone with a fresh, deep wax, giving off a delicate, comforting scent of beeswax and turpentine that permeated the lower floor. Then came the photographs on the mantelpiece, where once there had been 6 sepia portraits of stern, unknown faces. Now there were 9, then 12, then 15. The new editions maintained the same formal Victorian styling, yet the faces in them were subtly different. younger somehow, and unsettlingly familiar. It was as though the house buyer had encountered them before, perhaps in the fleeting, half-remembered narratives of dreams that lingered just beyond the grasp of waking memory. A soft whisper of recognition, always just out of reach. In the kitchen, the old cast iron range, which he had thought to replace, had been joined by a slightly more modern cooker, still ancient by contemporary standards. It was equipped with gas burners, a curious luxury that eliminated the need for coal or wood. The larder shelves, which he remembered as starkly empty during his first viewing, now held rows of jars and tins. Their labels bore names he did not recognize, printed in elegant, antiquated fonts. Yet, their contents appeared perfectly preserved, defying the manufacturing dates clearly stamped decades into the past. The house buyer found himself eating from these mysterious provisions without quite consciously deciding to do so. The tinned pears, when he tasted them, were precisely as pears should taste, sun-sweet and yielding. The preserved vegetables possessed a freshness, a vibrant essence that supermarket produce could never match. When he opened a jar of honey, its rich, golden scent enveloped him, transporting him to summer afternoons he could not place in his personal history, but which felt more vividly real, more authentically his than any of his actual memories from the city. The bedroom mirror now showed him a man he barely recognized, himself, certainly, but somehow improved, subtly refined. His hair had regained its youthful thickness, the threads of grey disappearing as gradually and mysteriously as they had originally appeared. His skin, once sallow with the demands of city living, had taken on the healthy glow of someone who spent his days in vast gardens and fresh, open air. He began to spend hours studying this transformed reflection, tracing the smooth contours of his face, trying to identify the exact moment when the changes had begun. But, like the house itself, his appearance seemed to exist in a state of constant, subtle revision, each day bringing small, almost imperceptible improvements that were only truly noticeable in retrospect. When compared to the fading image of the man he once was, the garden, too, was undergoing a profound transformation. The apple trees, which should have been dormant for the winter, continued to bloom and bear fruit, their branches heavy with impossibly ripe apples. New plantings appeared almost overnight, fragrant rose bushes climbing the brick walls, neatly arranged herb gardens, and regimented rows of vegetables that grew with an impossible vigor, defying the lateness of the season. The house buyer found himself tending these plants with an instinctive ease, without remembering when he had acquired the necessary tools or knowledge. His hands seemed to know the work, to understand the needs of the soil and the rhythm of growth, as though he had been a gardener all his life. Christmas passed unnoticed. The house buyer had intended to visit his sister, but somehow the days had slipped away without his making the journey. Time in the house moved differently, not faster or slower, but with a quality of suspension, as though each moment was being carefully preserved, like fruit steeped in a potent, amber-colored alcohol. The parlour acquired new furniture, piece by piece, appearing as if by magic. One morning, a pianoforte, its keys yellowed with age, stood gracefully in the bay window. When the house buyer tentatively pressed its keys, they produced notes of crystalline purity, rich and resonant. His fingers found melodies he did not remember learning, playing songs that seemed to emanate not from his conscious mind, but from the very soul of the house itself. More photographs joined the collection on the mantelpiece. The faces in these newer editions were increasingly familiar, showing individuals the house buyer felt certain he had known, though he could not place when or where these acquaintances had occurred. Some appeared to be family groups, parents with children, wedding parties, christening ceremonies. All were captured in the formal, almost rigid style of Victorian photography, but with an underlying intimacy that suggested the photographer had been welcomed as a cherished family member, rather than simply hired as a professional. In one particular photograph, placed prominently at the center, the house buyer recognized his own face, or a face so uncannily similar to his own that the resemblance was undeniable, disturbing. The figure in the sepia-toned image wore Victorian dress and stood beside a woman in white lace, her hand resting on his arm with the comfortable familiarity of a long and loving marriage. Behind them, the house was clearly visible, its windows bright with lamplight, and its garden in full, impossible bloom. The house buyer studied this photograph for hours, tracing the contours of the familiar yet alien face, trying to understand how his image could appear in a picture that was clearly decades, perhaps even a century, old. The explanation that began to form in the quiet recesses of his mind was too disturbing to contemplate directly. So, he placed the photograph face down on the mantelpiece and tried, with a desperate, futile effort, to forget what he had seen. But the house would not permit forgetting. Each morning brought new evidence of its relentless restoration to some idealized past, or perhaps a troubling future. The walls acquired new wallpaper in patterns that complemented the existing decor perfectly, as though designed by someone with an intimate, prescient knowledge of the house buyer's preferences. The furniture grew more comfortable, the cushions moulding themselves more perfectly to his body, the chairs positioned at exactly the right height for reading, for contemplation. The kitchen modernized in increments, gaining appliances that subtly bridged the gap between Victorian utility and contemporary convenience. An icebox appeared, then a refrigerator that hummed with a quiet, efficient grace. The gas range acquired an oven with temperature controls that seemed to respond to the house buyer's cooking needs even before he was consciously aware of having them. Most disturbing of all, the house buyer found his own possessions, the books he had brought from the city. The modern clothing he had carefully packed gradually disappearing, not stolen, not misplaced, but simply fading from existence, as though they had never belonged to him at all. In their place, he discovered a wardrobe full of clothing that fit him perfectly, but reflected a style from an earlier era, well-tailored suits in heavy, luxurious fabrics, shirts with detachable collars, shoes of leather so fine they seemed to have been made specifically for his feet. When he wore these clothes, his reflection in the bedroom mirror showed a man who belonged to the house completely. The transformation was no longer subtle, but unmistakable, profound. He appeared 20 years younger, his features refined by good living and a profound freedom from modern anxieties. His hands, once soft from office work, now showed the nascent calluses of honest labor. His complexion glowed with a robust health and an undeniable sense of purpose. Spring arrived early that year, Or perhaps time had simply accelerated to accommodate the house's needs. The garden exploded into bloom with a profusion that seemed to mock the very laws of botany. Roses climbed the walls in cascades of colour, their scent so intense it was almost narcotic. Fruit trees bore impossible harvests, their branches bending under the weight of apples, pears, and plums that ripened in defiance of natural seasons. The house buyer spent his days tending this miraculous garden, his nights playing the pianoforte that had grown from a simple keyboard into a magnificent instrument whose music seemed to echo through dimensions beyond the merely physical. He no longer questioned how he had acquired these skills, accepting them as natural developments in his expanding, deepening relationship with the house. The house buyer, in his deepening solitude, began to understand the constant, subtle restorations, the impossible vigor of the garden, the gradual erasure of his past self. The house was not merely being renovated, it was being prepared. A quiet, inexorable process unfolding around him and deep within him, for a purpose he was only just beginning to grasp. Then they began to arrive, not suddenly, not with a jarring entrance, but gradually, like photographs developing slowly in a chemical bath. First, fleeting shadows glimpsed in peripheral vision, just beyond the edge of his sight. Then, soft voices, indistinct murmurs heard from rooms he was not currently occupying, whispers of domesticity echoing from the parlour, a child's light laughter drifting from upstairs. Finally, they became fully realized individuals, emerging from the house's deep quiet, greeting him with a warmth, a familiarity that suggested a long separation finally ended. There was his wife. He knew her, felt her presence as a deep, resonant chord within his own being. Her name, he felt, was something like Margaret, a name heavy with warmth and memory. 23 years, he thought, or perhaps more, or less. Time had grown fluid here. Her laugh, a delicate, silver sound, still quickened his heart with the joy of early courtship, a forgotten music now rediscovered. She moved through the house with the confident grace of someone utterly at home, arranging blossoms in vases that seemed to materialize specifically to hold them, preparing meals from ingredients that appeared in the larder as if by magic. Then came the children. A young boy, perhaps 12, whose passion for butterfly collecting filled the morning room with display cases of spectacular specimens, a riot of iridescent wings. A little girl, around 8, whose dolls now occupied a nursery that had somehow expanded from what he remembered as a small storage room, a space imbued with the scent of innocence and old lace. And then an infant, whose small cradle appeared beside the master bed as naturally as though it had always been there, a tiny, breathing anchor in this shifting reality. The house buyer accepted their presence without question, just as he had accepted all the house's other gifts. Memory adjusted itself, effortlessly accommodating this new reality. Of course, he had a wife and children. Of course, they belonged here, had always belonged. The photographs on the mantelpiece, he realized with a quiet, chilling clarity, had been telling this story all along. He had simply needed time, needed the house, to understand the narrative. Life within the house settled into patterns of domestic perfection, a gentle, unchanging rhythm. He woke each morning to the soft sounds of his wife moving about the kitchen, the clink of porcelain, the fragrant steam of breakfast. The young boy would appear at the dining table with grass stains on his knees, eager to share exciting news about discoveries in the garden. The little girl would chatter about her dolls and their elaborate tea parties, while the infant gurgled contentedly in its high chair, a tiny symphony of familial bliss. The days passed in a luxurious, gentle productivity. The house buyer tended the garden, which had expanded to include a gleaming greenhouse where he cultivated orchids of impossible beauty, their petals unfurling in vibrant, improbable colors. His wife managed the household with the effortless competence of a woman born to the role. Every surface gleaming, every meal a quiet feast. The children pursued their education under gentle tutors who appeared as needed a stern but kindly gentleman for the young boy's mathematics and Latin, a soft-voiced lady for the little girl's watercolors and French. Evenings were spent in the parlor, where he played the pianoforte, its notes echoing through dimensions beyond the merely physical, while his wife worked at her intricate embroidery, and the children read improving books by the soft glow of lamplight. The grandfather clock in the hallway, once silent, now marked time with stately precision, its chimes a resonant, comforting presence, though the hours seemed to stretch luxuriously. Each moment savored like wine from a particularly fine, forgotten vintage. His reflection in the bedroom mirror now showed a man at the peak of contentment, successful, beloved, perfectly integrated into the life the house had so carefully provided for him. His face glowed with a robust health, a deep satisfaction. When he smiled, which he did frequently now, years seemed to fall away like leaves in autumn. Yet, autumn was not coming. The garden remained in permanent spring, the fruit trees bearing continuously, the roses blooming in cycles that ignored the calendar. Time in the house had achieved the quality of eternity, not an endless, monotonous duration, but a collection of perfect, self-contained moments, preserved outside the normal flow of cause and effect. It was his wife who first mentioned the nursery preparations. "We'll need to make room for the new arrival," she said one evening, her voice carrying the gentle certainty of someone announcing a long-anticipated event. They sat in the parlor, the quiet murmur of the house around them, after the children had been tucked into their beds. The house buyer looked up from the book he had been reading, something about horticultural techniques that seemed to write itself as he progressed through its pages, revealing forgotten knowledge. "New arrival," he echoed, a faint tremor of an emotion he couldn't quite name stirring within him. His wife's smile held the mysterious, alluring quality that had first attracted him to her. All those years, or perhaps moments, ago. "You've been getting younger every day, my dear. Soon, you'll be young enough to start again." The truth of this observation struck him with the force of a quiet, profound revelation. His reflection that morning had shown a man of perhaps 30 years. By evening, he might be 25. The process was accelerating, time moving backward through his life with an increasing, gentle momentum. "The cradle is already prepared," his wife continued, her needlework creating patterns that seemed to shift and flow as he watched, impossibly intricate, impossibly beautiful. "Such a beautiful baby you'll make. We've been waiting so long to welcome you properly." A stirring of something that might have been alarm, if alarm were possible in the house's atmosphere of perfect tranquility, brushed against him. "But I'm already here," he said, his voice softer than he intended. "I've always been here." His wife laughed, a sound like silver bells in the morning air. "Oh, my darling, you've been visiting, certainly. But visiting isn't the same as belonging. To truly belong, you must be born here. You must be one of us, from the very beginning." The children appeared at the parlor door, their faces bright with an innocent, eager excitement. The young boy carried a rattle that gleamed with silver inlay, while the little girl held a christening gown of a white lace, so fine it seemed spun from spider silk. The infant, too, crawled behind them, though the house buyer was certain the child had been unable to crawl just moments before. "We've been preparing for so long," the little girl said, her 8-year-old voice carrying tones of ancient, knowing patience. All the photographs were just promises of what would be. The house buyer looked toward the mantelpiece, where the gallery of family portraits, once a confusing jumble, had now arranged itself into a clear, undeniable sequence. The progression was unmistakable faces aging forward through time until they reached the present moment, then continuing into a future where he grew younger and younger, until the final photograph showed only an empty cradle, surrounded by loving, expectant faces. The house itself seemed to pulse with anticipation. The wallpaper breathed with an organic rhythm. The floorboards creaked with the satisfying sound of old wood settling into perfect alignment. The windows glowed with a light that had no discernible source, but somehow illuminated everything with a crystalline clarity. "It won't hurt," his wife assured him, reaching out to take his hand. Her fingers felt warm and real, more substantial than anything he could remember from his previous existence. "Birth is natural. You'll simply go to sleep as you are and wake up as you were meant to be." His reflection in the hallway mirror confirmed what she had said. His face showed the smooth, unlined features of a man barely out of adolescence, his body displaying the perfect proportions of youth in its prime. Tomorrow, he would be younger still, and the day after that, younger again. Until he achieved the ultimate renewal the house had been preparing him for all along. The family gathered around him, their expressions tender, their expectation palpable. His wife's arms open to receive him, while the children crowded close, eager to witness the culmination of their long wait. Even the infant had managed to pull itself upright, clapping its tiny hands with delight at the approaching transformation. "Welcome home, little one," his wife whispered, and the house buyer felt himself sinking into her embrace, a sensation of profound, perfect peace. The house closed around him, like a warm blanket, like a mother's arms, like the first and last comfort he would ever need. Consciousness returned gradually, accompanied by sensations both alien and utterly familiar. Soft fabrics against tender skin, the comforting scent of milk and lavender, voices speaking in a gentle, hushed tone reserved for those too young to understand words, but old enough to respond to love. The house buyer, though he could no longer think of himself by that name, opened eyes that saw the world with perfect clarity, despite their newness. Above him, faces leaned close in attitudes of adoration and wonder. His wife's face, radiant with maternal joy, her smile a beacon of pure, unwavering love. The children, no longer his contemporaries, but his devoted siblings, eager to share in the responsibility of his care. "Such a beautiful baby," his wife cooed, her finger tracing the curve of his cheek with infinite tenderness. "Such perfect little hands, such bright, intelligent eyes." The nursery surrounded him with all the comfort and security a child could desire. Sunlight streamed through windows that showed a garden in perpetual bloom, where fruit trees heavy with harvest swayed in breezes that carried the sweet scent of roses and newly mown grass. The walls displayed pictures of nursery rhymes that seemed to move when observed directly, their characters acting out eternal stories of comfort and safety. From this position of perfect helplessness, the house buyer could see the house as it truly was, not a building that had acquired a family, but a family that had acquired physical form, a living, breathing entity. Every board and beam pulsed with the loving attention of those who had waited generations for his arrival. The house was alive with their patience, their hope, their absolute certainty that someday the right person would come home to them. And he had come home. After years of wandering through a world that had never quite fit him, he had found the place where he belonged absolutely. The family that had chosen him before his birth surrounded his cradle with faces that would love him unconditionally for all the years of his new life. The grandfather clock chimed the hour with solemn dignity, marking time that would now flow forward again through childhood, adolescence, and into the full bloom of manhood. But this time, he would grow up surrounded by love, nurtured by those who understood his true nature, guided toward a destiny that would make perfect sense of everything that had come before. His wife lifted him from the cradle, and he felt the absolute security of being held by someone who would never let him fall. Around them, the house hummed with satisfaction, its long work of restoration finally complete. Through the nursery window, the house buyer could see other houses on the suburban road, their windows dark and ordinary, their gardens mundane with the limitations of normal time. But this house glowed with its own light, soft and warm. Time flowed through its rooms like honey, thick with the sweetness of lives lived exactly as they were meant to be lived. The family began to sing a lullaby, their voices blending in harmonies that seemed to include whispers from every generation that had ever loved and been loved within these walls. The house buyer felt sleep approaching, the deep, trusting sleep of infancy, secure in the knowledge that he would wake to faces that adored him, in a house that had been waiting all its existence for this moment of perfect completion. As consciousness faded, he heard his wife's voice, soft as silk, certain as sunrise. "Sleep now, little one. You're home forever." The house settled around them with the satisfied sigh of a long-held breath finally released. Its windows reflected not the ordinary world outside, but the extraordinary love within, a place where time moved in circles, and families chose their members across generations, and where coming home meant surrendering everything you thought you were to become everything you were always meant to be. The morning of the little girl's 8th birthday dawned grey and still, a quiet October day that clung to the windows of their grand house in the old city like damp wool. She pressed her small nose against the cool glass of the breakfast room, watching the mist rise from the lawn, a ghostly shroud over the familiar landscape, a subtle shift in the air, a faint tremor in the hushed tones of her parents, suggested a change, a significant one, lay just beneath the surface of the day. children. She knew, sensed these things, the unspoken secrets that adult voices carried just beneath their carefully chosen words. "Come away from there, darling," her mother's voice called from the kitchen, a fragile sound, brittle as autumn leaves, as if one careless word might shatter it entirely. "Your breakfast is getting cold." The little girl turned from the window, her own reflection lingering for a moment in the glass, a small, pale ghost. She was a slender child, all delicate bones and dark, observant eyes, with hair the colour of winter wheat that her mother insisted on keeping long, despite its persistent tendency to tangle. She slipped into her chair at the breakfast table, where a stack of perfectly round pancakes waited, still steaming faintly in the cool morning air. "Where's her father?" she asked, carefully cutting her pancakes into precise quarters, just as her mother had patiently taught her. Her mother moved about the kitchen with her usual efficient grace, yet there was something subtly different in her movements this morning, a faint, almost imperceptible air of anticipation. "He's already gone to the office ball, sweetheart. An important meeting today, but he'll be back for your party this afternoon." The party, the little girl had almost forgotten. Not that it would be much of a celebration, just herself, her parents, and perhaps the neighbour, if she wasn't too busy with her cats. The little girl didn't mind. She preferred quiet to chaos, having learned early that raised voices often led to closed doors and hushed, urgent conversations that invariably ceased the moment her small presence was detected. After breakfast, her mother disappeared upstairs, her footsteps a soft, rhythmic padding. The little girl could hear her moving about in the spare room, a space that had been locked for as long as she could remember. There was the faint sound of furniture being shifted, something heavy being dragged across the floor above, a low, resonant scrape that seemed to vibrate through the very structure of the house. When her mother finally called her upstairs at precisely 2:00, the little girl found her standing beside a sheet-covered object, massive and mysterious, in the center of the rarely used guest bedroom. "Happy birthday, my darling girl," her mother said. And then, with a flourish worthy of a magician unveiling a grand illusion, she pulled away the sheet. The little girl's breath caught a small, soundless gasp in her throat. Before her stood the most extraordinary dollhouse she had ever seen. It was a perfect, exquisitely detailed replica of their own grand home, complete down to the miniature ivy climbing the tiny walls and the minuscule brass numbers beside the front door. Every window was meticulously in place, every dormer and chimney positioned exactly as they should be. The level of detail was breathtaking, overwhelming in its precision, minute roof tiles, delicate window boxes filled with flowers no bigger than pinheads, even a tiny version of the wrought iron gate that guarded their front garden. "Do you like it?" her mother asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. A gentle, knowing certainty. "It's..." The little girl reached out a hesitant finger to touch the tiny front door, then pulled her hand back, as if afraid to mar its perfection. "It's our house." "Yes," her mother confirmed. "I had it specially made. Look inside." With a soft click, her mother lifted away the entire front wall of the dollhouse. It was hinged. The little girl realized, cleverly designed to open like a book. The interior took her breath away all over again. Room after miniature room, each one a perfect, scaled-down version of their actual home. There was the drawing room, with its burgundy sofa and oriental carpet, the kitchen, with its blue tiles and shining copper pots, even her own bedroom, with its narrow bed and the rocking horse that had belonged to her grandmother. The furniture comes out, her mother demonstrated, carefully lifting a tiny armchair from the dollhouse drawing room. See, you can rearrange things however you like, and there are people, too. She opened a small, polished wooden box beside the dollhouse and removed a family of dolls, each no more than 3 inches tall, but carved and painted with remarkable, almost unsettling skill. There was a tiny man in a grey suit who looked remarkably like her father, a woman in a blue dress with hair the same shade as her mother's own auburn waves, and a small girl with wheat-coloured hair and a serious, reflective expression. "They are us," the little girl whispered, a faint shiver tracing its way down her spine. "Yes, your very own family to take care of." Her mother placed the dolls carefully in the dollhouse drawing room, positioning them as if they were having tea. "You must promise me something, though," she said, her voice dropping to a low, serious tone. "This is a very special dollhouse, and it requires very special care. You mustn't let anyone else play with it, not other children, not the neighbour, not even her father. This is just between us. Do you understand?" The little girl nodded, though she wasn't sure she fully understood. Not really. But the dollhouse was so beautiful, so perfect, so utterly captivating, that she would have agreed to anything to keep it. That night, after her father had returned home with profuse apologies and a bouquet of flowers for missing most of her party, after the small cake had been eaten and the few other presents opened, the little girl lay in her bed. The dollhouse sat on the table beside her window, its tiny windows dark, the miniature family arranged in their beds, just as she had left them. She was almost asleep when she heard it. The softest sound imaginable, like raindrops whispering on leaves, or the gentle scuttle of something very small moving across a wooden floor. Footsteps, tiny, almost inaudible footsteps, moving through the dollhouse. The little girl sat up in bed, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The dollhouse remained perfectly still, bathed in the pale, indifferent moonlight filtering through her window. She strained her ears, listening intently, but heard nothing more. Only the familiar sounds of the old house settling around her, pipes expanding and contracting with soft groans, wood sighing in the cooling night air. She had imagined it, she told herself. Of course, she had. But the next morning, she found the doll family arranged differently than she had left them. The father figure was no longer in the master bedroom, but standing at the top of the dollhouse stairs, one tiny hand resting on the miniature banister. The mother was in the kitchen, bent over the minuscule stove, and the little girl doll was nowhere to be seen. The little girl searched through every room of the dollhouse, her small fingers carefully probing each corner and crevice, but she couldn't find her. It wasn't until she was getting dressed for school that she discovered the small figure tucked neatly under her pillow. Its painted eyes, those dark, knowing eyes, staring up at her with an expression that seemed far too intelligent for something carved from wood. At breakfast, Her father complained of a dull ache behind his eyes and nearly stumbled on his way to the kitchen to pour his coffee. Her mother rushed to steady him, her face pale with concern. "Perhaps you should stay home today," she suggested, her voice laced with worry. But her father waved her away with characteristic determination. "Nonsense. I've got that presentation to the board. Can't miss it." He left as usual at 8:15, whistling a tuneless melody despite his complaints of dizziness. Her mother watched from the window, her hands pressed flat against the cool glass, until his car disappeared around the corner. The call came at 10:30. Her father had collapsed at the office. Nothing serious. The doctor assured them over the telephone. Just exhaustion and low blood pressure. But he would need to rest for a few days. Her mother received the news with a strange, unnerving sort of calm, as if she had been expecting it all along. That evening, while her father rested upstairs and her mother prepared a tray of soup and toast, the little girl examined the dollhouse more carefully, a growing sense of dread coiling in her stomach. In the miniature version of her father's study, she found something that made her breath catch, a cold knot forming in her stomach. The tiny father figure lay on his back on the floor beside the dollhouse desk, arms spread wide, perfectly mimicking how her father had been found at his office. She told herself it was coincidence. Her father had been tired lately, working long hours, drinking too much coffee, not eating enough. His collapse had nothing to do with the arrangement of dolls in her birthday present. But that night, as she prepared for bed, she was very careful to place all three figures safely in their miniature beds before she allowed herself to fall asleep. The little girl remembered, with a chilling clarity, the father doll's bent leg, the slumping posture, mirroring precisely how her own father had been found at the bottom of the stairs. From that moment, a quiet vigilance settled over her. Each morning, she would approach the dollhouse with a new, unsettling purpose, her gaze methodically sweeping over the miniature figures, noting their positions, their silent interactions with the tiny furniture and rooms. And every single morning, there were subtle changes, almost imperceptible alterations, like faint whispers of a future yet to unfold, that seemed to precede events in their real, sprawling home. There was the day the mother figure in the dollhouse appeared to be cleaning the miniature kitchen with an unusual, almost frantic vigor. Later that same morning, their actual housekeeper called in sick with the flu, a coincidence that felt too precise to dismiss. Another time, the tiny girl doll was positioned at the dollhouse piano, her miniature hands poised over the keys. The little girl found herself, without conscious thought, drawn to the grand piano in their own drawing room, practicing longer than usual, her fingers finding a forgotten melody that would later prove to be her father's most cherished piece. These correspondences, at first, felt almost gentle, even benevolent, like a secret language shared with the house. But as they accumulated, they established a pattern, a quiet rhythm that the little girl began to recognize, and despite herself, to depend upon. That evening, her mother returned from the hospital, her footsteps light with a peculiar sense of relief, the news being that her father, though fine, would need to remain there for several days. The little girl noted this strange lightness, a fleeting thought of unkindness, quickly dismissed. Her mother was merely tired, she reasoned, understandably worried about her father and the sudden disruption to their carefully ordered routine. That night, the little girl woke again, drawn by an invisible thread. The dollhouse family was engaged in what appeared to be a tea party. All three original figures sat around the tiny dining table, but there was an unsettling quality to the scene. Additional dolls had appeared, new figures she had never seen before, arranged around the table as if they were unspoken guests. Where had they come from? She was certain her mother had only given her the three family members. The next morning, over breakfast, her mother announced, with a forced cheerfulness that did not quite reach her eyes, that they would be having visitors. "My sister is coming to stay while her father recovers," she said. "She'll bring the children, of course. It will be nice to have some company." The little girl had never heard her mother mention a sister before. When she quietly inquired, her mother's expression tightened, almost imperceptibly, a fleeting mask of something guarded. "I don't speak of her often. We had a falling out years ago, but family is family, especially in times of need." The visitors arrived that afternoon, a thin woman with nervous, darting eyes, and two pale children who clung to her skirts, speaking only in hushed whispers. The aunt bore little resemblance to her mother, beyond a certain angularity of feature, and the children, a boy and a girl, seemed almost afraid of their own shadows. They accepted the little girl's polite offers to show them the garden, her books, even the dollhouse, with a reluctant politeness, devoid of genuine enthusiasm. It was during this reluctant demonstration, as the little girl patiently explained the miniature world to her young cousins, that she made a truly disturbing discovery. The younger of the two cousins, the small girl Anne, pointed a tentative finger at one of the additional figures that had appeared around the dollhouse dining table. "That looks like Mama," she whispered, her tiny voice barely audible. The little girl looked closer. The doll did indeed resemble her aunt, the same nervous posture, the same way of holding her shoulders, as if perpetually braced for a blow, and the two smaller figures beside her. "And that's Bobby," the girl Anne continued, indicating a boy doll with a faint chip in his painted hair. "And me." The children in the dollhouse tea party were her cousins. But if her mother had commissioned this dollhouse specially for her birthday, how could it possibly include family members the little girl had never met? Family members her mother claimed she hadn't spoken to in years that evening, after the visiting children had been tucked into the spare room and her aunt had retired early with a headache. The little girl found her mother in the kitchen. Her mother was washing dishes with an unusual, almost desperate intensity, her movements sharp and agitated. "Mama," the little girl began, her voice carefully measured. "How long have you had the dollhouse?" Her mother froze, a plate suspended halfway to the drying rack, her back still to her daughter. "What do you mean, darling? It was made for your birthday." But the dolls of Aunt Helen and the children were already there. The little girl continued, a cold certainty blossoming in her chest. "How could they be there if you haven't spoken to her in years?" The plate slipped from her mother's hands, shattering against the kitchen floor with a startling crash that echoed in the quiet room. Her mother stared at the broken pieces for a long moment before kneeling to gather them, her movements now jerky, almost frantic. "You must have imagined it," she said, her voice thin, not quite meeting her daughter's eyes. "Or perhaps the artisan made extra figures, People do look alike sometimes. But the little girl had not imagined it. She knew her mother was lying. She could tell by the subtle rise in her mother's voice, a half octave higher than usual, the telltale refusal to meet her daughter's gaze. It was the same tone she used when speaking to her father about household expenses, or her afternoons spent visiting friends the little girl had never encountered. That night, the little girl did not sleep. Instead, she sat silently beside her window, watching the dollhouse bathed in the pale moonlight, her small frame rigid with determination. She would catch whoever or whatever was moving the figures around. She fought against the encroaching drowsiness for hours, until her eyes felt heavy as polished stones, and her head began to nod despite her best efforts. She woke with a soft jolt to the sound of her bedroom door closing gently. Through the veil of her lashes, she saw a retreating figure moving with careful stealth down the hallway. Her mother, she realized, her dark silhouette fading into the deeper shadows, moving like someone who did not wish to be seen. The little girl waited, holding her breath until the faint footsteps faded completely. Then, she crept from her bed, her bare feet silent on the cool floorboards, and peered into the dollhouse. The scene inside made her blood turn to ice. The figure representing herself was no longer in the miniature bedroom where she had left it. Instead, it lay in the dollhouse kitchen, sprawled grotesquely on the tiny floor beside the stove. The doll's head was turned at an unnatural, chilling angle, and its painted eyes, those dark, seemingly lifelike eyes that had so captivated her when she first received the dollhouse, were gone. Not simply faded or worn away by time, but deliberately gouged out, leaving hollow sockets that seemed to stare into nothing and everything. The little girl's hands trembled uncontrollably as she reached out for the mutilated doll. The moment her fingers brushed the tiny, defiled figure, a wave of intense dizziness swept over her, followed by a sharp, piercing pain behind her eyes. She gasped, dropping the doll as if it had burned her, stumbling backward, her vision blurring, her stomach churning with a sudden, overwhelming nausea. From downstairs, she heard the faint, muffled sound of the front door opening and closing. Then her mother's voice, speaking to someone in low, urgent tones. But there had been no sound of a car in the driveway, no knock at the door. Who could her mother possibly be speaking to at this hour? The little girl crept to the top of the stairs, her heart thumping against her ribs like a trapped bird, and peered down into the dimly lit front hall. Her mother stood beside the telephone table, but she was not speaking into the receiver. Instead, she was talking to empty air, her voice taking on a wheedling, pleading quality that the little girl had never heard before, a tone of desperate supplication. "Please," her mother was saying, her words barely audible, echoing softly in the cavernous hallway. "Just a little longer. She's only 8. She doesn't understand. If you could just wait until she's older, until she can appreciate what we've built here." Silence stretched, long and unsettling, through the hallway. Then her mother spoke again, her voice now sharp with a raw, primal fear. "No, you can't have her yet. I won't let you. She's my daughter. Do you understand mine?" More silence, heavier this time, pregnant with an unseen presence. Her mother's shoulders sagged, as if she had been struck by an invisible blow. "All right," she whispered finally, her voice broken, utterly defeated. All right, but make it quick and gentle. She's never done anything to hurt anyone." The little girl fled back to her room, her heart pounding so hard she was certain it would wake the entire house. She crawled into bed, pulling the thick covers over her head, burying herself in the suffocating darkness. But sleep would not come. Instead, she lay awake until dawn, listening, with a dawning, terrible clarity, to the tiny, faint footsteps moving through the dollhouse, desperately trying to understand what she had witnessed. The answer, a chilling whisper born of the dawn's pale light, came to the little girl as she watched the first tentative hues of pink and gold bleed across her bedroom walls. The dollhouse, she understood now, did not merely predict the future. It controlled it. Her mother had been using it, carefully, deliberately, for years, arranging and rearranging their lives, their misfortunes, their triumphs, like a child lost in a solitary game of house, played out on an infinitely grander, far more sinister scale. Her father's sudden collapse at the office, his harrowing fall down the sweeping staircase, even the unexpected arrival of her aunt and those frightened young cousins, all of it, every single event, orchestrated through the precise manipulation of tiny wooden figures within that miniature world. A cold dread, far deeper than any she had known, settled in her small chest. But who, then, had her mother been speaking to in the shadowy hallway? And why was the doll that represented her now mutilated, discarded, its painted eyes gouged into hollow, vacant sockets? The answers, she instinctively knew, would come, creeping from the corners of her carefully constructed world. She would find them that afternoon. And so, it was. Her aunt and the young cousins departed abruptly after breakfast, their leaving so sudden, so devoid of ceremony, that they barely had time to gather their few belongings. The little girl watched from the front window as the taxi pulled away, carrying them swiftly down the tree-lined suburban road until they were nothing more than a fading memory. Her mother stood in the doorway, her gaze fixed on the vanishing vehicle, an unreadable mask of an expression settling over her face. They remembered an engagement her mother had offered, her voice flat, when the little girl had quietly inquired, "Family obligations." But the little girl had heard, through the thin walls of the quiet house, the muffled, desperate sobs of her aunt in the spare room that morning. She had seen the way her aunt flinched, a subtle, involuntary tremor, whenever her mother's voice cut through the stillness, and she had, with a dawning certainty, noted that the extra dolls, the ones so eerily resembling her aunt and cousins, were no longer nestled within the dollhouse. Her heart, a tiny, anxious drum, beat a slow, heavy rhythm against her ribs, driven by a quiet, terrible resolve. The little girl began her search. Her footsteps were hushed, almost reverent, as she moved through the dollhouse, room by miniature room, her gaze sweeping over every detail. At last, her fingers brushed against something hidden, something cold and stiff, deep within the tiny fireplace of the dollhouse drawing room. There they were, shoved carelessly into the sooty moor, their painted faces blackened with grime, their small wooden bodies twisted into positions of obvious, silent distress, looking for something. Her mother's voice, smooth as silk, yet possessing an undeniable edge of steel, sliced through the quiet afternoon air. The little girl spun around, her breath catching in her throat. Her mother stood in the doorway, a tea tray balanced delicately in her hands, but her eyes, dark and knowing, were fixed not on her daughter, but on the dollhouse, an expression of possessive satisfaction, almost triumph, blooming within their depths. The dolls, the little girl managed, her voice barely a whisper. The ones that look like Aunt Helen and the children. They're in the fireplace. A slow, deliberate nod. Yes, her mother said simply, the word lingering in the air like a chill. They are. She set down the tea tray with a soft clink, its sound amplifying the sudden stillness that had fallen between them. Then, her mother moved to stand beside her daughter, both of them looking down at the miniature world that had, so subtly, so insidiously, begun to dominate their lives. "Do you understand now?" her mother asked softly, her voice a low murmur, like wind sighing through dry leaves. "Do you see how it works?" The little girl stared at her mother, at the woman who had braided her hair, made her breakfast, and read her bedtime stories, and saw, not a stranger, but something far worse, someone she'd known all her life, intimately, deeply, yet had never truly seen. "You made Aunt Helen leave," the little girl whispered, the words tasting like ashes in her mouth. "I made them safe," her mother corrected, her voice still unnervingly calm. "Your aunt was asking too many questions, and the children were disruptive. This is our home, my little one, our perfect little world. We can't have outsiders contaminating it." Her mother's gaze drifted toward the miniature drawing room, her eyes softening almost imperceptibly. "And your father, his fall," her mother's smile, serene and terrifying in its tranquility, was a chill that permeated the air. "Your father works too hard. He needed to learn to slow down, to appreciate what he has at home. A few weeks of recovery will do him good." "But you hurt him," the little girl breathed, a tremor running through her small frame. "I helped him, just as I help all of us," her mother replied, her voice imbued with a strange, unwavering conviction. "The dollhouse shows me what needs to be done, and I do it. I've been doing it for years, darling, long before you were born. How do you think we came to live in this beautiful house? How do you think your father got his promotion at the firm? How do you think we've managed to stay so happy, so perfectly content?" The little girl's mind reeled, a kaleidoscope of fragmented memories, her own quiet childhood, a strange lack of friends her own age, the way other children at school seemed to instinctively avoid her without ever quite knowing why, her father's inexplicable luck in business, their comfortable, almost frictionless life, the way problems seemed to simply dissolve, to solve themselves before they could ever become serious threats to their family's carefully curated peace. And then, her voice barely audible, she spoke the question that gnawed at her, a bitter taste in her mouth. "The doll of me," she said, her gaze fixed on her mother's face. "The one with the eyes. What happened?" Her mother's expression softened, a fleeting shadow of something that might have been genuine regret passing across her features. "Yes, that was unfortunate. But you were becoming too curious. My sweet, asking too many questions. I thought perhaps if you had a little accident, nothing serious, just enough to keep you occupied while you recovered, it would give you time to understand your place in our family. But then, Her mother knelt beside the dollhouse, her movements precise, almost tender. I realized there was a better way. She carefully, almost lovingly, extracted the mutilated doll from the miniature kitchen floor. You're old enough now to be my partner in this, to help me maintain our perfect little world. She held out the eyeless doll to the little girl, a silent offering. The little girl recoiled, a gasp of pure horror escaping her lips. "Take it," her mother said. And for the first time, her voice carried an undeniable edge of command, an icy authority that made the air around them feel thin and sharp. "Take it, and learn how to use it properly. This is your inheritance, darling, your gift, and your responsibility." The little girl shook her head, backing away from her mother, from the dollhouse, from the terrible, impossible choice being offered to her. "I won't," she whispered, a fragile defiance in her voice. "I won't hurt people." Her mother's expression hardened, every line on her face tightening into a mask of grim resolution. "You will, because the alternative is much, much worse. Do you think this house runs on good intentions? My dear, do you think your father's success, our comfort, our happiness, do you think any of it happened by chance? This is how the world works. Little one, this is how power works. You can either learn to use it, or you can be used by it." She gestured toward the dollhouse, where the remaining two figures, the parents, sat in their miniature drawing room, perfectly still, like royalty holding court in a silent, glass-encased kingdom. "There are others who want what we have," her mother continued, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone. "Others who would use the dollhouse for far less gentle purposes. I've been protecting us from them, but I won't live forever. The responsibility will pass to you, whether you want it or not." "Then I'll destroy it," the little girl said, surprising herself with the sudden, fierce strength in her voice. "I'll break it into pieces and burn the dolls." Her mother's laugh was a brittle sound, like glass breaking in the quiet room. "Oh, my darling child," she murmured, a hint of ancient pity in her tone. "You can't destroy it. It's far older than you know, and far more powerful than you understand. The dollhouse chooses its keeper, not the other way around. And it has chosen you." As if in direct response to her mother's words, a soft, almost musical humming began to emanate from the dollhouse. The sound was barely audible, like wind sighing through distant leaves, yet it seemed to resonate deep within the little girl's very bones. The painted eyes of the remaining dolls, fixed in their blank serenity, appeared to turn subtly toward her, their expressions shifting, melting from placid indifference to something that might have been hunger. "You see," her mother said softly, her voice a silken thread in the growing hum, "it knows you now. It will follow you wherever you go, in whatever form is necessary. Better to accept your destiny with grace than to fight a battle you cannot win." But the little girl was no longer listening to her mother's words. Instead, her mind was a rushing torrent of images, her father lying helpless in his hospital bed, the terrified, darting eyes of her aunt, all the small cruelties and casual manipulations that had silently shaped her life without her knowledge, without her consent. She thought of the children at school, who seemed to sense something wrong, something profoundly unsettling about her family, without ever being able to name it, and of her own future, stretching ahead like a dark, endless tunnel with no light at the end. She reached for the mutilated doll, her own tiny mirror image, defiled and broken, and held it up to the waning light of the afternoon. The gouged eye sockets seemed to plead with her, or perhaps to warn her. In that precise, suspended moment, she understood. This was indeed her choice to make, but it was not the choice her mother thought she was offering. "You're right," the little girl said quietly, her voice steady, clear. "It has chosen me." Her mother's smile, a triumphant, knowing curve of her lips, faltered, a hairline crack appearing in its perfect facade, but not the way you think. Before her mother could move, could react, could even comprehend, the little girl pressed the eyeless doll, her own small, broken reflection, against her face, and then she whispered, words she had never learned, words that had never been taught, yet words she somehow knew, as if they had always existed within her, waiting. Words that seemed to come not from her own mouth, but from the dollhouse itself, from the dark, ancient intelligence that had been waiting patiently for decades for someone strong enough, perceptive enough, to hear them clearly. The world exploded into a searing pain, then an engulfing darkness, and when the little girl could see again, she was somewhere else entirely. She stood in a vast, impossibly immense room, its walls lined with dollhouses, hundreds of them, thousands. They stretched away into shadows that seemed to have no end. An endless cityscape of miniature dwellings. Each house was different. A perfect replica of every conceivable architectural style, grand Victorian mansions with intricate gables, sleek, modern apartments with minimalist facades, quaint, thatched cottages nestled among tiny trees, and gleaming skyscrapers piercing the unseen ceiling, all of them perfect, exquisitely detailed in their miniature form, and in each house, tiny figures moved with lives of their own, playing out silent dramas of love and loss, of power and betrayal, of flickering hope and crushing despair. "Welcome," a voice said from behind her. The little girl turned slowly, her head still throbbing with the echo of the recent explosion. She saw a figure that might once have been human, but was now something else entirely tall and elegantly slender, with eyes like shards of broken mirrors and fingers that moved with the unsettling grace of pale spiders. Other figures stood behind the first, a silent, watchful retinue, all of them bearing the same impossible beauty, the same terrible, fathomless emptiness. "You understand now," the first figure continued, its voice a soft, dry rustle, like old paper. "Your mother was never the true keeper of the dollhouse. She was simply another doll, another player in a game far larger than she could ever comprehend. But you, little one, you have the sight. You can see the strings that move us all." The little girl looked down at her hands. They were translucent, shimmering faintly, like painted porcelain, delicate and ethereal. Around her wrist, a delicate chain, almost invisible, disappeared into the endless darkness above. When she tugged at it experimentally, a faint, answering pull resonated from somewhere impossibly far away. "What am I?" she asked, her voice a thin, reedy sound in the vast silence. "You are what you have always been," the figure replied, its voice devoid of judgment or warmth. "A child playing with dolls, The only difference is that now you understand the game. In the shimmering distance, among the thousands of other miniature worlds, the little girl could see her own house, perfectly reproduced, sitting on a high shelf. Through its tiny windows, she could discern her mother, still kneeling, weeping, beside the original dollhouse, still waiting for a daughter who would never return. Her father would come home from the hospital, through the rain-slicked suburban roads, to find them both gone. Her mother, lost forever in her obsession with a dollhouse that no longer responded to her touch. And the little girl simply vanished, leaving behind only echoes and questions that could never, ever be answered. But none of that mattered now. Not anymore. The little girl had found her true family at last, among the keepers and the kept, the players and the played. She had found her place in this vast, intricate game that stretched across worlds and dimensions, where every choice was an illusion, and every illusion a choice. Her gaze settled on a tiny house from a nearby shelf, a perfect replica of a place she had never seen, yet somehow recognized with an ancient, resonant familiarity. She picked it up, its miniature weight surprisingly substantial in her translucent hands, and she began to play. The first time the man saw the woman weaving, he thought, with a strange, melancholic certainty, that she was crying. Her shoulders, slender and tense, trembled with the rhythmic thud and glide of the shuttle. In the amber light, filtering dustily through the tall windows of their apartment in the city, the strands she worked looked impossibly wet, glistening with an unsettling sheen, like fresh tears, or perhaps like drops of dark, drying blood. He paused in the doorway, stepping carefully around the boxes he still hadn't quite managed to unpack from his hasty departure from the house he'd shared with his late wife. A house now vast and silent, echoing with a grief too profound for walls to contain. He moved closer, his own footsteps hushed on the old hardwood floors, drawn by an invisible current. Only then, as the loom's steady, almost hypnotic click filled the small living room, did he see what he had mistaken for sorrow, for a profound and deeply felt grief, was, in fact, an intensity of concentration so absolute it bordered on the sacred. The woman's face held the serene, almost beatific focus of an ancient saint, lost in ecstasy. Her long, elegant fingers moving with a practiced certainty through threads that seemed to catch and hold the light in impossible, shimmering ways. "What are you making?" the man murmured, his voice a quiet intrusion into the reverent stillness. A part of him, a small, cold knot in his stomach, already dreaded the answer. There was something about watching someone create with such profound dedication, with such an almost ritualistic grace, that felt like witnessing a secret, a private ceremony not meant for outside eyes. She did not look up from her work. The loom itself was massive, an antique piece that dominated their small living room, standing like some wooden altar in the center of their temporary, still unsettled life. He remembered, with a faint throb in his shoulders, helping her carry it up 3 flights of narrow, creaking stairs, cursing and sweating, wondering why she couldn't have mentioned it was the size of a small car when he'd offered to help her move into the city. Now, watching her work at it with such reverence, such single-minded devotion, he began, slowly, uneasily, to understand. This was not merely furniture. This was a sacred space, imbued with a purpose he could not yet grasp. "Our story," she said simply, her voice soft, carrying that slight, unplaceable accent he'd noticed from their first meeting. Sometimes it sounded vaguely European, other times like something far older, more primal, resonating from depths beyond common understanding. The story of us, what we were, what we are, what we will become. The threads she worked were dark, almost black in the waning afternoon light. Yet, as they passed through her pale fingers, they seemed to shimmer with subtle, elusive colors, deep, earthy browns, rich auburns, and occasional, stark strands of silver grey, beautiful in their own way, certainly. But there was something about their texture, their unnerving fineness, that made him profoundly uncomfortable. They looked too soft, too delicate, too much like... He couldn't complete the thought, the nascent idea too unsettling to fully form. "Where did you find thread like that?" he asked, the question escaping his lips before he could consider its implications. This time, she did look up, her dark eyes, fathomless and ancient, met his with an intensity that made him involuntarily take a small step backward. "Family tradition," she said, her voice a low, steady hum that seemed to resonate with the loom's rhythm. "Passed down through generations. My grandmother taught me, as her grandmother taught her. We weave with what we have, what we are given." He nodded, a slow, uncertain movement, though something in her tone, a subtle inflection, suggested layers of meaning he was not grasping, hidden depths beneath the placid surface of her words. The woman spoke often of tradition, of old ways and ancient practices. It was part of what had initially drawn him to her, this sense of connection to something larger and older than the comfortable, predictable suburban existence he'd known with his late wife. After 23 years of marriage, after the slow, agonizing dissolution of everything he'd thought permanent in the wake of his late wife's brutal, swift passing from illness, the woman's mysterious past felt like stepping into a story more interesting, more compelling than his own. "It's beautiful," he said, and meant it, despite the creeping unease. The emerging pattern showed hints of figures, of abstract landscapes, of faces that seemed to shift and change as the light moved across them, tantalizingly familiar, yet impossible to identify. "What's it depicting?" "Patience," she murmured, her dark eyes already returning to her work, her fingers resuming their delicate dance. Stories reveal themselves in their own time. Force them, and they become something else entirely, something dangerous. He left her to her weaving, the subtle, rhythmic clicking of the loom following him to the kitchen as he began to prepare a solitary dinner. Through the open doorway, he could hear the steady thud of the shuttle, the soft whisper of thread through thread. It was soothing in its way, like listening to someone breathe in the dark, or hearing the gentle patter of rain on the roof. But underneath that strange, comforting rhythm, something else lingered, something that made the fine hairs on the back of his neck prickle with an inexplicable unease, a premonition of something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Later that night, lying in the unfamiliar bed beside the woman's still, sleeping form, he found himself thinking about the tapestry, about the strange quality of those threads, in the enveloping darkness. His memory seemed unreliable, playing tricks with his perception. Had they really looked so much like human hair? And if so, whose hair could it be? The colour, those deep browns and auburns with occasional streaks of silver grey, reminded him unnervingly of his own, though his had only recently begun to show the ravages of time. His late wife used to tease him about it, running her fingers through the silver streaks and calling him her distinguished professor. Her name, even whispered in his mind, brought a familiar, crushing ache. The grief, a constant, heavy companion for the past 6 months, had taken her so quickly, so brutally, that he still sometimes reached for her in the morning, expecting to find her warm body beside him. Instead, he found the woman, who had appeared in his life like something from a dream, or perhaps a story someone else was telling, one in which he was merely a character whose role he didn't yet fully understand. They had met at his late wife's funeral, of all places. He still couldn't quite explain how the woman had been there, a silent, dark-clad figure in the back row of the chapel, or why she'd approached him afterward. She'd introduced herself as a colleague of his late wife, though when he'd asked where they'd worked together, her answer had been vague, almost elusive. Something about collaborative research into historical textiles. His late wife had been a librarian, not a textile historian, but grief makes the mind unreliable, renders it incapable of processing inconsistencies, and he'd been in no state to ask probing questions. What mattered, what truly mattered then, was that the woman had offered comfort when he needed it most. She'd listened to his rambling stories about his late wife, nodded sympathetically when he talked about the crushing loneliness of the empty house, the way silence seemed to fill every room like a living, suffocating thing. When she'd suggested he might benefit from a change of scenery, it had seemed like profound wisdom. When she'd offered to share her apartment in the city, it had felt like salvation. Now, 3 months later, he was beginning to wonder if salvation might be too strong a word, too definitive, too final. That underlying disquiet, the prickling unease, seemed to intensify with each passing day. The first disappearance happened on a Tuesday. He only learned about it because the detective, her voice tight with professional courtesy, but barely concealing a thread of suspicion, called him directly. "Mr. Thomas," she had said, and he could hear papers rustling faintly in the background, a small, mundane sound that underscored the sudden, stark unreality of the moment. "I'm calling about a colleague. When was the last time you spoke with him?" The name, when she finally uttered it, hit him like cold, bitter water. He hadn't thought about that colleague in months. Not since the department meeting where he'd made those vicious comments about his late wife's death being convenient timing for someone looking to avoid awkward questions about research grant allocations. The memory still made his jaw clench, a phantom pain. The information of the first disappearance reached the man not through official channels, nor through the usual whispers that often circulated within the academic community. Instead, it came via a direct phone call from the female detective, her voice a tight, carefully modulated courtesy that barely concealed a thread of cold, professional suspicion. "Mr. Thomas," she'd begun, the sound of rustling papers a faint, mundane backdrop to the suddenly stark, alarming reality of her words. "I'm calling about one of your colleagues. When was the last time you spoke with him? His colleague. The name. When she finally uttered it, struck him with the chilling force of cold water. He hadn't consciously thought about that man in months. Not since the particularly acrimonious department meeting where the colleague had, with a casual cruelty, made those veiled comments about his late wife's death being convenient. Convenient timing, he'd implied, for someone looking to avoid awkward questions about research grant allocations. The memory, even now, sent a phantom spasm through his jaw. A muscle memory of the impotent rage he'd felt that day. I haven't spoken to him since before my wife's funeral, he managed to say, his voice carefully neutral, though he felt a tremor in its depths. Why, what's happened? He's been reported missing. The female detective explained, her tone flat, devoid of emotion. Didn't show up for classes yesterday. Didn't answer his phone. His department called us when he missed an important faculty meeting. We're just trying to establish a timeline, talk to people who knew him. The silence stretched, heavy and expectant. I'm afraid I can't help you there, the man continued, choosing his words with deliberate slowness. My colleague and I weren't exactly on good terms. Another pause, even longer this time, filled only by the distant hum of the city outside and the faint, almost imperceptible thrum of his own pulse against his eardrums. Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Thomas? He recounted the incident at the meeting, the colleague's thinly veiled insinuations about his late wife's passing and its supposed benefit to his own career. As he spoke the words aloud, they sounded petty, small, the kind of academic politics that consumed everything within the insulated university bubble, but meant nothing, absolutely nothing, in the vast, indifferent expanse of the real world. Yet, the female detective listened intently, her pen scratching softly on paper, asking precise follow-up questions, treating it all with a solemnity that suggested it truly mattered. Has anyone else made similar comments? She inquired, her voice cutting through his troubled thoughts. Anyone else who might have had issues with you or your wife? The question caught him by surprise. Me? You think this has something to do with me? We have to consider all possibilities, Mr. Thomas, she replied, though her tone had softened, a hint of human empathy bleeding through the professional veneer. I'm sorry for your loss. By the way, I heard about your wife. Cancer, wasn't it? Yes. The single word emerged rougher than he'd intended, a raw edge of grief still too close to the surface. Thank you. After he finally hung up, the man found himself pacing the small apartment, his thoughts circling back to his colleague, to the look on that man's face when he'd made those comments about his late wife. There had been something truly vicious in his expression, a gleam in his eyes that transcended mere professional rivalry, delving into the realm of personal malice. He had wanted to hit him, had actually clenched his fist so tightly under the conference table that his knuckles had turned white. All while the department head tried, futilely, to restore some semblance of order to the meeting, but wanting to inflict harm, wanting to silence a cruel voice, and actually making someone disappear. Those were profoundly different things, weren't they? He tried to convince himself of this, but the unease persisted, a cold, hard knot in his stomach. He was still brooding, lost in the labyrinth of his own dark thoughts, when the woman returned from whatever errands had occupied her day. She moved through the apartment like a dancer, her steps unnervingly silent on the old hardwood floors. Everything about her, from the soft, dark fabrics she favored to the almost preternatural ease with which she could appear and disappear from rooms, seemed designed for stealth. "You look troubled," she said, her voice a low, calm murmur, as she settled at her loom without preamble. The tapestry, he noticed with a start, had grown considerably since morning, new figures and shapes subtly emerging from the dark, intricate threads, like faces slowly surfacing from deep, murky water. "A colleague of mine has gone missing," the man stated, the words feeling heavy on his tongue. The police called. Her hand, which had been reaching for the shuttle, stilled, hovering above the threads. "Missing," she repeated, her voice a soft echo of his own. "Yes, my colleague. We didn't get along, but still." He trailed off, his gaze fixed on her face, searching for some flicker of emotion, some identifiable reaction. What he saw there, however, was difficult to read. Concern, perhaps, or something that looked almost unsettlingly like a profound satisfaction. "People disappear all the time," she finally said, her fingers resuming their delicate dance, the shuttle clicking softly, rhythmically. "Sometimes they choose to vanish. Sometimes the choice is made for them." "That's a strange way to put it," the man observed, a shiver tracing its way down his spine despite the warmth of the room. She merely shrugged, a fluid, almost serpentine motion that seemed to ripple through her entire body. "Strange times call for strange observations. Would you like to see what I've added today?" Her dark eyes, fathomless as deep wells, lifted to meet his. He approached the loom reluctantly, a sense of foreboding settling over him like a shroud. The tapestry was, indeed, beginning to take on a clearer, more defined shape, and what he saw there made his stomach clench with an icy unease. The central figure, now more fully formed, was unmistakably his late wife, her gentle face, the soft cascade of her brown hair, her hands folded in the serene pose he remembered from a photograph taken during their honeymoon in Ireland. But his late wife in the tapestry looked different somehow, her expression caught in a disturbing tension between profound serenity and something that might have been sheer terror. Around her, other figures were slowly, disturbingly, beginning to emerge. He recognized his own face, rendered with an attention to detail that seemed impossible given the medium of thread, and there, partially completed near the very edge of the design, was a face that made him suck in a sharp, involuntary breath. "That's my colleague," he whispered, the name a choked sound in his throat. "Is it?" The woman's voice held no surprise, no detectable emotion. "I work from inspiration, from the stories that want to be told. Sometimes faces appear that I don't expect." The figure of his colleague in the tapestry was wrong in ways he couldn't quite articulate. His mouth was open, stretched wide as if in a silent scream, his eyes wide with an expression of pure, unadulterated horror that seemed to move and shift as the man watched, a trick of the flickering light. The threads that formed his face looked different from the others, coarser, more lifelike, disturbingly real, as if they might be actual. "Woman," he said slowly, his voice barely a whisper, a cold dread blossoming in his chest. "What kind of thread are you using?" She didn't answer immediately. Her long, elegant fingers continued their work, adding minute details to his colleague's anguished face with a precision that felt almost surgical, chillingly deliberate. When she finally spoke, her voice was distant, dreamy, as if she was speaking from another time, another world entirely. "Family tradition," she repeated, the words resonating with a disturbing cadence. "We use what we have, what we are given, what we take." He wanted to ask more, to press for answers, but something in her tone, a subtle, primal warning, held him back, a cold hand gripping his heart. Instead, he retreated to the kitchen, seeking the mundane comfort of routine, and poured himself a generous glass of wine, his hands trembling slightly. Outside, the city was settling into evening, its old brick buildings glowing a soft, amber hue in the setting sun. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. But inside their apartment, time seemed to move differently, flowing not with the usual linear progression, but following the relentless, hypnotic rhythm of the woman's shuttle and the growing tapestry that captured faces with such impossible, terrible accuracy. That night, he dreamed of his late wife. She stood in their old bedroom, wearing the blue dress she'd been buried in, and tried, desperately, to tell him something he couldn't quite hear. Her mouth moved with a silent, desperate urgency, her eyes wide with a plea, but no sound reached him through the thick, suffocating veil of sleep. When he woke, the space beside him was empty, cold, and from the next room, distinct and unwavering in the profound stillness of the night, he could hear the woman's loom clicking steadily. He crept to the doorway of the living room. She was working by candlelight, her face illuminated in golden flickers that made her look less like a living woman and more like something from an old, unsettling painting, ancient and timeless. The smell of the candles was strange, peculiar, not the familiar scent of wax, but something organic and complex, like burning hair or old, aged leather. He watched from the shadows as she worked, her fingers deftly adding details to his colleague's tormented face with threads that gleamed wetly in the flickering, uncertain light. "Can't sleep?" he asked softly, the words feeling clumsy, inadequate in the face of her strange, profound absorption. She didn't turn around, her concentration unbroken. "The work calls to me," she murmured, her voice a low, resonant hum. "It has its own schedule, its own demands. Sometimes I have no choice but to answer." He returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. When it finally did, his dreams were full of threads that moved like living things, weaving themselves into intricate, unsettling patterns that spelled out words in a language he almost recognized, almost understood, but couldn't quite read. The second disappearance, he would learn, followed within a week. The second disappearance followed within a week, a chilling echo of the first. This time, it was the second colleague, the woman who had delivered such a cold, perfunctory eulogy at his late wife's service, whose absence drew the female detective's careful scrutiny. The phone call came, as before, from the female detective, her voice a carefully neutral tone that nevertheless carried the faint, distant crackle of apprehension. More questions about timelines, about relationships, about possible motives. "The second colleague mentioned you in her journal," the female detective stated, her voice devoid of any overt judgment, yet somehow imbued with a subtle, unnerving weight. Apparently, there was some conflict between you and her regarding your wife's memorial service. He closed his eyes, a familiar, bitter memory surfacing with a slow, sickening lurch. He remembered how the second colleague had volunteered to speak at his late wife's funeral, claiming a closeness that never truly existed. Her eulogy, delivered with a practiced ease, had been bloodless, devoid of genuine emotion, a string of generic platitudes that revealed she had barely known his late wife at all. Worse, far worse. She had made several glaring factual errors, wrong dates, incorrect details about his late wife's childhood, even mispronouncing her maiden name. At the time, he had been too numb with grief to object, too lost in the suffocating fog of sorrow. But later, at the reception, a flicker of outrage had cut through his haze, and he had confronted her, his voice raw with a pain she couldn't comprehend. The woman, his mysterious companion, had simply dismissed it later, with that strange, placid calm of hers. She was trying to comfort you, she had murmured, her voice soft as silk. Sometimes comfort requires revision of the truth, but the second colleague's lies hadn't been comforting. They had been self-serving, a callous attempt to insert herself into his late wife's story for reasons he still couldn't fathom. When he had pressed her about the errors, she had grown defensive, then aggressive, finally suggesting that grief was making him unreliable, paranoid. Now, thinking back, the memory tasted like ash in his mouth. It was a misunderstanding, he managed to say to the female detective, the words feeling brittle, fragile. Academic tensions, nothing serious. He heard her write. The soft scratch of her pen, a tiny, relentless accusation. And when was the last time you saw the second colleague? Months ago, he replied, his gaze drifting to the window, to the grey, indifferent cityscape beyond. At the university library, we didn't speak. More questions, more careful probing, each one a subtle thread tightening around him. After she finally hung up, he sat there, staring at the inert telephone, trying to process the unfolding, impossible reality. Two people who had wronged him, both missing within a week of each other. The odds seemed astronomical, a cosmic coincidence too vast to contemplate. But what was the alternative that someone was making his enemies disappear? The thought, fleeting and horrifying, was also, if he was honest with himself, a little thrilling. A dark, forbidden satisfaction blooming in the hidden corners of his mind. He found the woman at her loom, as always, a silent, almost spectral presence in the softly lit living room. The tapestry, he noticed with a jolt, had grown dramatically, new sections appearing with a startling, unnatural speed, as if woven by unseen hands working through the night. The second colleague's face was there now, positioned near his first colleague's, her expression equally horrified, her painted features contorted in a silent scream. The detail was extraordinary, unnerving in its precision. He could almost see individual threads that looked exactly like her ash-blonde hair, others that formed the small, distinctive scar above her left eyebrow with a photographic accuracy that defied belief. "How do you do it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, leaning closer to examine her work. a tremor of fascination running through him. The faces are so realistic. "Practice," she said simply, her fingers moving with an unhurried, hypnotic rhythm. "And the right materials. Some stories can only be told with authentic components." Authentic components. The phrase lingered in his mind like smoke, thick and suffocating. He reached out, his fingers trembling, to touch one of the threads that formed the second colleague's hair. A morbid curiosity compelling him forward. But the woman's hand shot out, quick as a viper, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. "Don't," she said sharply, her voice losing its usual soft cadence, becoming a low, resonant command. "The work is delicate. A single displaced thread can ruin everything." Her grip on his wrist was surprisingly strong, her fingers cool, almost cold, against his skin. For a moment, looking into her dark, fathomless eyes, he had the strangest, most terrifying sensation that he was looking at something vast and alien, something that had learned to wear a human face, to mimic human expressions, but hadn't quite mastered all the intricate, subtle details. Then the moment passed, and she was just the woman again, his mysterious companion, with her old-world mannerisms and inexplicable talent for textile work. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, pulling his hand back, the chill of her touch lingering on his skin. "I was just curious." She released his wrist and returned to her weaving, her shuttle resuming its rhythmic click. "Curiosity is dangerous," she murmured, her voice once more distant, dreamlike. "It leads to questions, and questions lead to answers, and some answers change everything." That night, he couldn't concentrate on anything. Grading papers felt impossible, reading futile. Instead, he found himself drawn, inexorably, to his laptop, researching disappearances in the city, looking for patterns, for connections he might have missed. What he found was disturbing in its implications. A cold, hard knot tightening in his chest. Over the past 6 months, roughly since his late wife's death, 7 people had vanished from the city area. All of them had left behind lives that seemed stable, careers that were thriving, families who swore they would never have left voluntarily. 7 people. He recognized 3 of the names from his own life, people who had wronged him, in small ways or large. His first colleague, the second colleague, and a third man, the insurance investigator, who had delayed his late wife's life insurance payout for months, claiming he needed to investigate potential fraud. He had almost forgotten about the insurance investigator, his name a dim echo until he saw it in the missing persons reports. But now, he remembered the white-hot rage he'd felt during those weeks of financial uncertainty, the helpless fury at the man's insinuations that his late wife might have hidden her cancer diagnosis to secure coverage. 3 people who had hurt him, all vanished, and all of them. He realized with a fresh wave of dread, now stared out from the woman's tapestry with expressions of eternal anguish. He closed the laptop, the glowing screen suddenly grotesque, and walked slowly to the living room, drawn by an invisible thread. The woman continued her work by candlelight, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The smell of burning hair was stronger now, almost overwhelming, filling the air with a strange, acrid sweetness that made his stomach churn. In the wavering light, the figures in the tapestry seemed to move, their threaded mouths opening and closing as if trying. desperately, to speak, to utter a final, unheard plea. "Woman," he said carefully, his voice sounding hollow, distant in his own ears. "What exactly are you weaving?" She paused, her hand stilling on the shuttle. When she looked at him, her face was solemn, almost sad, her dark eyes holding an ancient, knowing sorrow. "I think you already know," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper, yet resonating deep within him. Deep down, where we keep the truths we're not ready to face. "You know exactly what this is." He stared at the tapestry, at the faces trapped in thread and time, and felt something cold, heavy, settle deep within his chest. The smell of burning hair, once merely unsettling, now twisted into a sickening recognition in the air. "They're not missing," he whispered, his voice a fragile thread, barely audible. The woman nodded, her dark eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, ancient and unreadable. "No," she agreed, her voice a soft, silken murmur that seemed to weave itself around his very thoughts. "They're not missing at all. They're right here, preserved forever in the pattern. Their stories woven into something larger, something that will last long after their physical forms would have turned to dust." He wanted to run. Every rational instinct screamed at him to flee, to tear himself away from this grotesque display, to call the authorities, to escape as far as he could from the woman and her impossible loom. But he found he couldn't move. His feet felt rooted to the polished hardwood floor, his gaze locked, mesmerized, on the tapestry that held so many familiar faces in its dark, shimmering embrace. A deep chill crept up his spine, making the hairs on his arms stand on end, a sensation both terrifying and strangely captivating. Why, he managed to ask, the single word a raw, desperate plea. The woman's smile was sad, ancient, a fleeting ghost of an expression. "Because you needed them gone," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum, like a forgotten lullaby. "Because you called out in your pain and grief, and I answered, because it's what I do, what I've always done. I weave the stories that need to be told, preserve the moments that matter, love and loss, revenge and redemption. They're all just threads in the greater pattern." Her gaze drifted to the center of the tapestry, to the serene, yet subtly terrified face of his late wife. And the late wife was the beginning, the foundation. Everything else is built on her. Her story called to me across the veil between worlds, a tale of love and loss so pure it demanded preservation. She's the reason I came, Ngoi Jan Ong, the reason I found you. He looked at his late wife's face, captured in the intricate threads, tried to discern the emotion held within that image. Was it peace in her eyes, as he had desperately hoped? Or was it something else entirely? Something that looked almost like a warning, a silent, desperate plea from beyond the grave. The thought sent another shiver through him, colder than any he had yet felt. "What are you?" he asked, the question escaping his lips before he could fully form it. A desperate whisper into the suffocating, candle-lit air. The woman set down her shuttle, the gentle click echoing in the sudden silence of the room. She turned to face him fully, and in the wavering candlelight, her features seemed to shift and flow, like threads of an unfinished garment, as if her human appearance was just another kind of weaving. Threads of flesh and bone, meticulously arranged to create an image of mortality, an illusion of being like him. "I have many names," she said, her voice dropping to a hypnotic cadence. "But the one you would recognize, the one that appears in the old stories your kind tell to make sense of mysteries they can't explain, that name is K-Det." The name hit him like a physical blow, a sudden, sharp gasp of recognition that stole his breath. K-Day, the weaver of myth, the mortal who challenged the goddess and was transformed into the first spider as punishment. The stories he remembered from his university days had ended with her transformation, a cautionary tale. They had not continued with her evolution into something more, something terrifyingly other. The stories got it wrong. The woman continued, as if reading his very thoughts, her voice a slow, deliberate cadence that seemed to fill every corner of the apartment. The goddess's punishment wasn't the end of my tale. It was the beginning. She gave me eternal life and an eternal purpose. To weave the stories that matter, to preserve the moments that would otherwise be lost to time. Love affairs and betrayals, triumphs and failures, the small cruelties that define us, and the great kindnesses that redeem us. "And the people you've taken," he interjected, his voice still weak, but a flicker of defiance returning. "Not taken," she corrected, her eyes fixed on his, ancient and unwavering. "Preserved, their essence, their stories, their final moments of understanding, all woven into something permanent, something beautiful. They live forever now. Ngoi Jan Ong, in ways they never could have in their fragile, mortal forms." He thought of the first colleague's horrified expression, the second colleague's anguished face, the way their eyes seemed to track his movement across the room, full of a silent, eternal scream. If that was preservation, it looked remarkably like torment, an eternity of reliving their worst moments, their deepest regrets. "What about me?" he asked, the question heavy with dread, a leaden weight in his mouth. The woman's smile was gentle, almost loving, a maternal tenderness that only deepened the horror. "You're the heart of this story, Ngoi Jan Ong, the grief-stricken widower who called out for justice, for someone to understand his pain. You're why I came, why I've woven all these others into the pattern. They were hurting you, causing you pain when you were already broken. I couldn't allow that to continue. But I never asked you to." He protested, a futile attempt to deny his own complicity. "Didn't you?" Her voice was soft but implacable, like silk tightening around his throat. "In your darkest moments, didn't you wish they would just disappear? Didn't you imagine what it would be like if they simply ceased to exist, stopped adding to your suffering?" He had, God help him, he had wished exactly that. Lying awake at night, replaying conversations and confrontations, he'd fantasized about the first colleague apologizing, about the second colleague admitting her lies, about the insurance investigator experiencing just a fraction of the bureaucratic cruelty he'd inflicted on others. But fantasizing about poetic justice wasn't the same as wanting people to vanish. Was it? "I see you understand," the woman said, a faint, knowing sigh escaping her lips. "The human heart is a complex thing, full of desires we don't like to acknowledge. You wanted them gone, and I made it happen. I gave you exactly what you needed." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the intricate tapestry, a hint of ancient satisfaction in her eyes. "And now the story is almost complete. just one more thread to add, one final face to weave into the pattern. She gestured toward an empty space in the tapestry, a gap that seemed to be waiting, patiently, for something specific. Someone specific. Me. You can't, he said, backing slowly toward the door, a sudden surge of adrenaline making his limbs heavy, sluggish. I won't let you. Oh, Ngoy Jan Ong. Her voice was infinitely sad, a whispered regret. You still don't understand. This isn't about what you'll let me do. This is about completing the story, fulfilling the pattern. You called me here with your grief and your need for justice. Now that need has been satisfied, and the tale requires its proper ending. He turned and ran for the door, but his feet felt like lead, disconnected from his will. The apartment seemed to stretch and warp around him, the hallways extending into impossible distances, doors that led back to the same room no matter which way he turned, a labyrinth woven by unseen hands. Behind him, he could hear the steady clicking of the loom, the relentless, rhythmic sound of the woman weaving his fate into the growing tapestry, each click a step closer to his inevitable end. When he finally stopped running, breathless and disoriented, and turned around, he was back in the living room, standing directly in front of the massive frame that held so many captured souls. His late wife's face looked out at him from the center of the design, and for the first time, he could read her expression clearly, a wave of profound, heartbreaking understanding washing over him. It wasn't peace, nor was it a warning. It was apology. She was sorry. Sorry for dying and leaving him alone. Sorry for the grief that had made him vulnerable to something like K-Day. Sorry for the chain of events that had led to this terrifying, beautiful moment. She knew, the woman said from behind him, her voice a gentle, knowing presence. At the end, she understood what would happen. She tried to protect you by letting go peacefully, by not leaving you angry or bitter. But grief finds its own expression, doesn't it? Even the purest love leaves shadows. He reached out toward his late wife's face in the tapestry, his hand trembling. And this time, the woman didn't stop him. The threads that formed his late wife's features were soft and familiar under his fingers. Unmistakably her hair, somehow preserved and transformed into something both beautiful and terrible. A tactile memory that sent a strange comfort through him. She's really here, he whispered, a tear tracing a path down his cheek. Part of her. The woman replied, her voice filled with an ancient, resonant wisdom. The part that matters most. Her love for you, her sorrow at leaving you alone, is preserved forever now, woven into a story that will outlast empires and civilizations. What about the others, he asked, his gaze sweeping over the anguished faces. Are they aware? The woman moved to stand beside him, her presence both comforting and terrifying, a paradox of warmth and profound coldness. They understand now what they did, how their actions rippled outward to cause pain. They see the full weight of their choices, the connections between cruelty and consequence. It's not punishment, exactly. It's education, eternal, comprehensive education. He could believe it. Looking at the first colleague's face, at the second colleague's horror, at the insurance investigator's expression of dawning, crushing comprehension, he could imagine them trapped in a state of perfect understanding, seeing clearly for the first time how their casual cruelties had compounded existing pain. And me, he asked again, the question echoing in the hushed room, a fragile hope. You get to choose, the woman said softly, her voice an ancient promise. You can run, try to escape, live out whatever years remain to you with the knowledge of what you've seen. But you'll always know they're here, preserved in thread and time, and you'll always wonder when I'll come for you. Or you can take your place in the pattern willingly. Join the late wife at the center of the story. Let your love for her become part of something eternal and beautiful. The choice is yours. Ngoi Janong. It always has been. He stood there in the candlelit room, surrounded by the faces of the missing and the dead, and realized that choice was an illusion. There was no running from something like Kede, no escaping a story that had already claimed him as its central character. From the moment he'd met the woman at his late wife's funeral, from the first night he'd heard her loom clicking in the darkness of the apartment, he'd been caught in her web, entangled in a fate far grander and more terrifying than he could ever have imagined. But maybe that wasn't entirely tragic. Maybe there was something to be said for a love so strong it called across the barriers between worlds. Something meaningful about becoming part of a story that would outlast everything he'd thought permanent. He looked at his late wife's face one more time, saw the love there that death hadn't dimmed, that time couldn't erase, and made his choice. How does it work, he asked, his voice calm, resigned, accepting. The woman's smile was radiant, a rare, breathtaking display of ancient joy. Like falling asleep, she said, like coming home. She guided him to sit in the chair beside her loom, her hands gentle on his shoulders, a touch that was both comforting and chillingly final. The shuttle resumed its rhythm, a soft, hypnotic clicking, and he watched as new threads appeared, threads that gleamed with familiar colors, browns and grays that matched his own hair perfectly. Where do they come from, he asked, feeling drowsy, a profound weariness settling over him. The threads, the woman explained, her voice taking on the cadence of someone recounting an old, well-loved story, each word a soft, delicate strand. From the subjects themselves, hair and skin, tears and blood, all the components that make a person unique, they become part of the weaving, part of the permanent record. He should have been horrified, repulsed by the gruesome truth, but instead, he felt only a strange, profound peace, a quiet acceptance. His late wife was waiting for him in the tapestry, her expression no longer apologetic, but welcoming, a gentle invitation. Around her, the others had settled into their eternal roles, their faces calmer now, accepting their fate. The threads that formed his own image began to take shape under the woman's expert hands. He could feel each stitch as she placed it, a gentle, tugging sensation that seemed to pull at his very essence, drawing him into the fabric of the story. His reflection in the dark window of the apartment grew fainter with each pass of the shuttle, as if he was slowly fading from the physical world into something more lasting, more eternal. The stories say the goddess cursed you, he said, his voice sounding distant to his own ears, fading with his departing consciousness. The stories say many things, the woman replied, not pausing in her meticulous work. But curses and gifts are often the same thing, viewed from different angles. The goddess gave me immortality and purpose. She made me the keeper of stories, the preserver of moments that would otherwise be lost. Is that curse or blessing? He considered this as she worked, his hands in the tapestry taking shape now, positioned to reach toward his late wife's outstretched fingers. Soon they would be touching again, connected by threads that would never break or fade, a reunion promised for an eternity. Both, he said finally, the word a soft exhalation. Yes. The woman agreed, her voice a knowing whisper. Both. The most important things usually are. The last thing he remembered as the weaving consumed him was his late wife's face, no longer trapped in thread, but somehow present, real, waiting. And then he was part of the story, woven into the pattern that would preserve their love long after the world forgot their names, their existence. The woman worked through the night, adding the final, delicate details to the man's face, capturing the precise moment of his understanding and acceptance. When the sun rose over the city, painting the brick buildings in soft hues of gold and pink, she set down a shuttle and examined her completed work. The tapestry was beautiful, she decided. The late wife and the man at its center. Their love made visible in the careful arrangement of threads that had once been their bodies, their tears, their very essence. Around them, the others who had played their parts in the story, some as antagonists, some as catalysts, all of them necessary components of the larger pattern. She ran her fingers over the weaving, feeling the subtle warmth that indicated the preservation was complete. They were all there now, all the souls she had gathered, their stories safe from the erosion of time and forgetting. Tomorrow, she would begin again. There were always new stories calling to her, new loves and losses that demanded preservation. The apartment would be rented to someone else, someone whose life held the potential for the kind of tale worth weaving into eternity. But for now, in the quiet morning light, Kede allowed herself a moment of deep, ancient satisfaction. The story of the man and his late wife was complete. Their love transformed into something that would outlast empires and civilizations. And at the very center of the tapestry, barely visible unless one knew exactly where to look, two faces smiled with the peace of those who had found their way home. The loom sat silent, waiting for the next story to begin. The scarecrow in the farmer's north field had been watching him for 3 long, unsettling weeks now. And this morning, as he stood at his kitchen window, the lukewarm coffee growing slowly cold between his palms, a deep, prickling certainty settled in his chest. The damn thing had moved again. Not by much. Perhaps just a quarter turn to the left. A subtle shift so its burlap face now gazed directly at the farmhouse. An unwavering stare, instead of merely across the withered expanse toward the neighbor's property line. The weak morning sun, struggling to break through the overcast sky, caught the scarecrow's button eyes, 2 black, unblinking discs that seemed to hold more intelligence, more intent than any mere collection of straw and old clothes had a right to possess. The farmer rubbed his eyes slowly with the back of his free hand, the rough skin scraping against his weary eyelids. 3 hours of fitful sleep, plagued by anxious thoughts and the gnawing worry of drought, would do that to a man. It would trick his mind into seeing movement where none existed, make him attribute malevolence to inanimate objects, turn mundane shadows into lurking threats. The relentless drought had everyone in the rural town operating on frayed nerves, their hope diminishing with each passing, parched day. 2 years without substantial rainfall had reduced most of the county's farms to barren dust bowls, and the constant, grinding stress of watching his livelihood, his legacy, crumble into nothing, had clearly begun to affect his very perception of reality. Yet, despite his attempts at rationalization, he couldn't shake the chilling feeling that something fundamental, something ancient and deeply wrong, had shifted in the night. The scarecrow stood rooted in the only patch of his property that remained mysteriously, impossibly green. A perfect, vibrant circle of corn stalks, each one reaching shoulder height, their broad leaves a deep, rich emerald, defied the parched, cracked earth everywhere else. They surrounded the silent guardian figure like loyal subjects before their king. The contrast was so stark, so utterly out of place, that it seemed almost supernatural, a verdant oasis blooming defiantly in a desert of his own making. The farmer had erected the scarecrow 3 weeks ago, following old Pete's cryptic, hushed advice. Old Pete was the rural town's unofficial historian, a wizened man in his 80s whose voice carried the weight of countless stories passed down from the founding families. When the farmer had mentioned his strange patch of thriving corn, old Pete's weathered face had gone pale, a sudden shadow crossing his ancient eyes. "You best put up a proper scarecrow," old Pete had said, his voice carrying an urgency that seemed wildly disproportionate to the simple suggestion. Not one of them was store-bought decorations. A real one, old-fashioned. Use clothes that meant something to someone, something with a history. The farmer had initially dismissed it as quaint rural superstition, a relic of a bygone era. But desperation, he knew, made fools of reasonable men. He'd rummaged through old trunks in the attic and found his late father's work clothes, the worn flannel shirt and denim overalls that still carried the faint, ghost-like scent of tobacco and motor oil, even after 5 years in storage. The straw had come from what little remained of his struggling wheat crop, and he'd fashioned the head from burlap, stuffed with old newspaper and cotton batting, giving it those unsettling button eyes. The moment he'd planted the scarecrow firmly in the center of that impossible green circle, the corn had begun growing with renewed, almost ferocious vigor. Not just growing, but thriving. The stalks seemed to gain inches overnight, their leaves a vibrant, almost painful emerald that made his eyes ache with their intensity. Within a week, the crop in that small, consecrated area had become more robust, more lush than anything he had produced in the best, rain-soaked years before the drought. Now, staring out at the silent figure that seemed to stare back with an unnerving, knowing gaze, the farmer wondered if old Pete's advice had come with strings attached, a price he hadn't bothered to mention. A truth too terrible to speak aloud. A soft sound from upstairs broke his contemplation. The gentle thud of small feet hitting the floor. His daughter, the little girl, was awake. At 7 years old, she was usually the last one up on weekends, preferring to burrow deep into her blankets until the enticing smell of pancakes or bacon lured her from bed. But lately, her sleep patterns had been as erratic, as unpredictable, as everything else in their strained, anxious lives. The farmer climbed the narrow staircase, his heavy work boots creaking a slow, melancholic rhythm on the worn wooden steps. The little girl's door stood ajar, a sliver of darkness, and he could hear her moving around inside, a soft, rustling sound. When he pushed it open gently, he found her sitting on the edge of her bed, fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, her small, delicate hands struggling with the laces of her sneakers. "Morning, sweetheart," he said, trying to keep his voice light, a forced cheerfulness that felt brittle, ready to crack, despite the cold knot of unease that had settled deep within his chest like a heavy stone. "You're up early." The little girl looked up at him, and for just a fleeting moment, her eyes seemed unfocused, distant, as if she were looking through him rather than at him, seeing something far beyond the confines of their small bedroom. Then she blinked, a slow, deliberate movement, and the familiar spark of his daughter's bright personality returned, pushing away the unsettling blankness. "I had funny dreams." "Daddy," she said, her voice carrying the slight rasp of recent sleep, a soft, childish whisper that seemed to echo in the quiet room. "About the corn man." The coffee cup slipped from the farmer's trembling grip, shattering against the hardwood floor with a sharp, unwelcome crack. Hot, dark liquid splashed across his boots and the scattered ceramic fragments, but he barely noticed the sudden heat, the small pain. His entire focus was fixed on his daughter's innocent, yet terrifyingly calm face. "What corn man?" "Little one," he asked, his voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea for reassurance. "The one in the field," she replied, her tone utterly matter-of-fact, devoid of any childish fear. "He's been talking to me." She finished tying her shoes with a final, determined tug and stood up, smoothing down her rumpled t-shirt with a precision that seemed oddly mature for her age. "He says there are other kids sleeping under the ground, and they're lonely." The farmer knelt down, lowering himself until his eyes were level with hers, his hands trembling slightly as he placed them gently on her small shoulders. "Little one." "Honey, scarecrows can't talk. They're just made of straw and old clothes. You know that. Not a scarecrow." She corrected him with the patient, slightly exasperated tone children often use when correcting particularly dense adults. "The corn man. He lives under the scarecrow, in the deep, dark place with all the sleeping kids." Before the farmer could respond, before he could find any words to counter this chilling pronouncement, the little girl walked past him toward the stairs, moving with a purposeful, unwavering determination that seemed utterly wrong for a 7-year-old on a lazy Saturday morning. He followed her down, his heart hammering against his ribs, watching as she went directly to the front door and placed her small hand on the doorknob, ready to turn it. "Where are you going, sweetheart?" he asked, his voice catching in his throat. "To see the corn man," she replied, her gaze fixed on the door, unblinking. "He's waiting for me." The farmer moved quickly, placing his hand firmly over hers, his larger, rougher fingers encompassing her small ones, preventing her from opening the door. "No, little one, you're not going outside right now. Let's have breakfast first." "Okay." She turned to look at him, and again he saw that distant, unfocused quality in her gaze, a vacant stare that sent a shiver of pure terror through him. "He doesn't like to wait. Daddy. And the sleeping kids get restless when he's kept waiting." The rational part of the farmer's mind insisted this was nothing more than a vivid dream bleeding into the little girl's waking consciousness. Children often had difficulty distinguishing between dream logic and reality, especially when they were dealing with profound stress. And there had been plenty of stress in their household lately mounting financial worries, arguments with his ex-wife about the little girl's living arrangements, the constant, crushing pressure of trying to save a failing farm. But something deeper, something primitive, an ancient instinct that had kept his ancestors alive long enough to pass down their genes, was screaming that this was wrong, that the little girl's words carried a weight, a specificity that went far beyond mere childhood imagination or the anxieties of a troubled home. It felt like a direct, undeniable communication from something malevolent, something buried deep beneath the earth. He scooped her up in his arms, ignoring her brief, sleepy protests, and carried her swiftly to the kitchen. Pancakes, he announced with forced, frantic enthusiasm. Big stack of pancakes with syrup and butter. Doesn't that sound good? The little girl struggled briefly, a faint, almost imperceptible twitch, then went limp in his arms with a sudden, chilling resignation that terrified him more than her earlier urgency. "The corn man won't like this," she said quietly, her voice a hollow, distant whisper. "He's been waiting so long already." The farmer set her down gently at the kitchen table and began pulling ingredients from the cupboard with hands that refused to stop shaking, betraying his carefully constructed composure. As he mixed batter and heated the griddle, his gaze kept drifting, drawn by an irresistible, terrifying pull. Out the window, toward the scarecrow in his north field. The thing definitely looked different now. Not just its subtly altered positioning, but its entire posture seemed more alert, more predatory, a silent hunter standing guard. The way the morning shadows fell across its burlap face created the unsettling illusion of a mouth opened wide in a silent scream. Or perhaps a call to something unseen, something lurking just beyond the edge of his vision. While the first pancake cooked, the farmer called his ex-wife, his voice tight with barely concealed urgency. She answered on the fourth ring, her voice thick with sleep and irritation. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" "Farmer," she grumbled, "has the little girl been having strange dreams lately when she stays with you?" He asked, trying to keep his own voice steady, devoid of the rising panic. There was a long pause, a rustling sound over the phone line. Then her voice became sharply alert. "What kind of strange dreams?" "About someone she calls the corn man," he explained, watching his daughter carefully as she sat at the table, humming softly. "She says he talks to her." "Jesus, farmer, what kind of horror movies have you been letting her watch?" she snapped, a hint of anger creeping into her tone. "None. I'm serious. Carol. She's been talking about kids sleeping underground. And..." His voice trailed off, the words feeling grotesque even to him. "Look, she mentioned something about bad dreams the last time she was here." His ex-wife conceded, her voice softening slightly, though still laced with worry. "But I figured it was just stress from all the changes. The divorce and moving between houses, your financial problems. Kids process anxiety through their dreams." "What exactly did she say?" Another pause, longer this time, filled with the crackle of a poor connection. "She asked me why some kids have to sleep in the dirt while others get beds. I thought she was talking about poverty, maybe something she'd seen on the news. But when I pressed her about it, she said the man made of straw had shown her where the sleeping kids lived." The farmer felt the blood drain from his face, leaving his skin cold and clammy. The pancake on the griddle began to smoke, a faint, acrid smell filling the kitchen. But he ignored it. When was this? He managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. Farmer, you're scaring me. What's going on? He flipped the smoking pancake automatically, the motion a practiced, desperate distraction. I'm probably overreacting, he lied, the words tasting like ash. The drought's got everyone on edge. Maybe the little girl should stay with me for a while, until you get things sorted out. No, he blurted out, the words sharper than he intended. The thought of the little girl leaving, of being separated from her, sent a jolt of raw panic through his system, a primal terror he couldn't entirely explain. She's fine here. I'll keep an eye on her. After he hung up, the farmer served the little girl her breakfast, watching her eat in silence. She seemed perfectly normal now, a sleepy 7-year-old, methodically working through a stack of pancakes, her small face serene. But he couldn't forget the purposeful way she'd moved toward the door, or the matter-of-fact tone she'd used when discussing the corn man's impatience. When the little girl finished eating, she looked up at him, her lips sticky with syrup, and asked, "Can I go play in the corn now, the tall corn, not the dead stuff?" "How about we watch cartoons instead?" he offered, his stomach clenching. "But the corn man is waiting," she insisted, her eyes fixed on his. "He has so many stories to tell about the sleeping kids." The farmer knelt beside her chair, taking her small hands in his larger, rougher ones. "Little one, I need you to promise me something. Don't go into the cornfield by yourself. Okay, not ever. If you want to explore, we'll do it together." She considered this with the profound seriousness that children often brought to important negotiations. "What if he calls me?" she asked, her voice soft, contemplative. "He has a very loud voice when he needs to." "What kind of voice?" he asked, his breath catching. "Like wind through wheat," she whispered, her gaze drifting toward the window, toward the distant scarecrow. "Like dirt falling on something hard, like kids crying very far away." The description erased goosebumps along the farmer's arms, a cold, prickling sensation that traveled down his spine. "Even if you hear voices, you don't go outside alone. Promise me." "I promise, Daddy," she said. But as she spoke, she looked past him, her eyes once again holding that distant, unfocused quality, a blankness that spoke of unseen things. They spent the morning watching television. The little girl curled against his side on the couch, her small body warm and soft, while animated characters bounced across the screen in bright primary colors. But the farmer found himself unable to concentrate on the cheerful shows. His attention kept drifting, drawn by an invisible thread, to the window, to the scarecrow that seemed to dominate the view despite being nearly a quarter-mile away. Its silent presence, he realized with a chilling dread, was somehow growing. Around noon, a soft, tentative knock at the front door interrupted his restless vigil. The farmer opened it to find old Pete standing on his porch, the elderly man's face etched with worry lines that seemed deeper, more profound than usual. "We need to talk," old Pete said, without preamble, his voice gravelly with age and unspoken concern. "About that scarecrow you put up." "What about it?" the farmer asked, his throat suddenly dry. Old Pete glanced past the farmer, his eyes finding the little girl on the couch. lost in her cartoons. "Not here," he muttered, his gaze quickly returning to the farmer's face, a silent warning in their depths. "Take a walk with me." They strolled toward the barn, the distance enough from the house so their conversation wouldn't carry on the faint breeze, but close enough to keep the farmhouse and the precious life within in sight. Old Pete moved slowly, his cane tapping a rhythmic, echoing counterpoint against the hard-packed, dusty earth with each deliberate step. "You've been having problems since you put up that guardian?" Old Pete asked, his voice low, almost a whisper, as they reached the shaded side of the barn. "What kind of problems? The kind that make you question what's real and what ain't? The kind that make your little girl talk about things she shouldn't know about?" The farmer stopped walking abruptly, his boots scuffing on the dry soil. "How did you?" he began, a cold tremor running through him. "Because it happened before," Old Pete said, his voice heavy with the weight of old secrets, the burden of history. 60 years ago, during the last bad drought, the other farmer put up a scarecrow in his failing cornfield, used his dead boy's clothes to make it. Next thing he knew, his crop was growing like it was magic, but his daughter started sleepwalking into the corn every night. The farmer's stomach clenched. What happened to her? Old Pete was quiet for so long, the silence stretching taut between them, broken only by the distant, mournful creak of the windmill, that the farmer thought he might not answer. Finally, the old man spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the very air might carry his words to unintended ears. She disappeared, along with 3 other kids from town. Found them a week later, standing in the other farmer's cornfield, like they were rooted there, alive, but changed. They wouldn't speak, wouldn't eat unless you put the food directly in their hands. Their eyes were wrong, too dark, like they were looking at something the rest of us couldn't see. He paused, a shiver passing through his aged frame. And the scarecrow, the other farmer burned it down, but it was too late. The corn kept growing, even after he torched the field, green shoots pushing up through the ashes. The land wouldn't take to any other crop after that. Eventually, the other farmer sold out and moved away, but the new owners had the same problems. That field's been barren for 40 years now. The farmer looked back toward his own thriving patch of corn, where the scarecrow stood sentinel over its impossible harvest, an unnerving beacon of unnatural life. "You're telling me the scarecrow is somehow alive?" he asked, the words hollow, disbelieving. "Not alive exactly, but not just straw and cloth either," Old Pete corrected him, turning to face him fully, his eyes serious and filled with a profound, ancient fear. "There's something about this land, son, something old. The native people who lived here before white settlers arrived. They had stories about places where the earth was hungry, places that demanded payment for their fertility." "Payment," the farmer echoed, a cold dread beginning to seep into his bones. "Life," Old Pete affirmed, his voice growing fainter. "Young life specifically, the kind of pure energy that children carry." He gripped his cane tighter, his knuckles white. "Your scarecrow ain't protecting your crop, farmer. It's feeding it, and now it's calling to your daughter, just like it called to those other kids 60 years ago." The implications of Old Pete's words hit the farmer like a physical blow, a sudden, brutal impact that stole his breath. You're talking about human sacrifice. I'm talking about survival, about making hard choices when the alternative is watching everything you love die slowly. Old Pete's voice carried a bitter, resigned edge, as if he had grappled with this truth for decades. You think the other farmer put up that scarecrow by accident. You think he didn't know what he was doing when he used his dead boy's clothes. The farmer's mind reeled. His dead boy, little Michael Morrison. Old Pete supplied, the name a faint whisper from the past. Died of fever 2 months before his daddy put up that scarecrow. The other farmer buried him in the family plot, proper and legal. But when folks went to check after the scarecrow started doing its work, they found Michael's grave empty. Just an empty hole in the ground and a pile of his clothes folded, neat as you please. The farmer felt his legs go weak beneath him. He sat down heavily on an overturned feed bucket, his head spinning with the sheer, unadulterated horror of what old Pete was suggesting. You're saying the other farmer dug up his own son. I'm saying desperate men do desperate things. Old Pete countered, his gaze unwavering. And I'm saying that scarecrow of yours is wearing clothes that meant something to someone. Whose were they? My father's, the farmer admitted, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. And where's your father buried? The community graveyard, same as everyone else. But even as he said it, a cold, certain dread settled in the farmer's stomach, a heavy, sinking feeling. He's been dead 5 years, old Pete observed. When's the last time you visited his grave? The farmer couldn't answer. He'd been so busy trying to save the farm, so consumed with day-to-day survival, that he hadn't been to the community graveyard in months, maybe longer. Old Pete nodded grimly at his silence. Thing about this kind of old magic, it don't work with just any dead body. Has to be someone connected to the land, someone who put their blood and sweat into the soil. Has to be someone the earth recognizes as belonging to it. This is insane. The farmer tried to argue, but his voice lacked conviction. The words hollow, brittle things. You're talking about supernatural nonsense. Am I? Old Pete challenged softly, his eyes boring into the farmer's. Then explain how your corn grows green and tall while everyone else's crops fail. Explain why your daughter knows things she shouldn't know. Explain why that scarecrow seems to move when you're not looking directly at it. The farmer had no explanations that made sense within the rational framework he'd built his life around. But he also couldn't deny the evidence of his own eyes. The increasingly strange behavior of his daughter, the impossible vitality of his crop, the cold, logical part of his mind, the part that dealt with acreage and yields, was slowly, terrifyingly, yielding to a deeper, older truth. What do I do? He asked finally, the question a desperate plea. You got 2 choices, old Pete said, his voice now devoid of judgment, merely stating a grim fact. You can tear down that scarecrow and let your crop die, probably lose the farm, but keep your daughter safe. Or, old Pete's face contorted with a flicker of disgust and self-loathing, a fleeting shadow of a past agony. Or you give it what it wants. Feed the hungry earth so it keeps feeding you. I would never hurt the little girl. Not the little girl, old Pete corrected. But there are other children in town. Kids whose parents are desperate, whose families are facing the same choices you are. Old Pete's voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the rustle of dry leaves. It only takes one Son, one child planted deep in the soil beneath the scarecrow. After that, the land stays fertile for years, decades maybe. The suggestion hit the farmer like a physical assault, an invisible fist to his gut. He stood up abruptly, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling with a mixture of rage and revulsion. Get off my property. Now. Old Pete didn't move, his ancient eyes holding the farmer's gaze with a sorrowful steadiness. I know how it sounds, but I also know what happened to the other farmer's kids after he made his choice. They got better. Son, the strangeness left them, and they grew up normal, had families of their own. But the 3 kids who disappeared, they're still out there somewhere, still connected to that hungry earth, still calling to others. You're talking about murdering a child, the farmer seethed, the words a raw accusation. I'm talking about saving dozens, maybe hundreds. Old Pete counted, his eyes bright with unshed tears, a profound weariness. You think I like telling you this? You think I enjoyed watching the other farmers struggle with the same choice 60 years ago? What did the other farmer decide? The farmer asked, his voice barely a rasp. Old Pete was quiet for a long moment, the silence thick with unspoken horror. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible, a mournful sigh. He chose his family, just like any father would. That night, a soft, deliberate click, like a bone shifting deep within a sleeping body, severed the farmer's dreams. It was the sound of the front door closing, a whisper of finality that cut through the silence of the old farmhouse. He woke with a jolt, his mind still thick with the sticky residue of sleep, a primal dread coiling in his gut. He stumbled from his bed, his bare feet cold against the wooden floor, and rushed to his daughter's room. The little girl's bed was empty, the covers flung back in an almost violent urgency. The farmer's heart began to thrum against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. He moved through the house with a desperate quietness, his eyes straining in the dim moonlight that filtered through the windows. He found her outside, in the cornfield, barely 30 yards from the scarecrow. Her small form was almost swallowed by the towering stalks, a ghostly sliver of white in the silvered darkness. She wore only her thin nightgown, its fabric clinging to her small frame, and her bare feet were stained black with the rich, dark soil. As he drew closer, a horrific detail emerged in the moonlight. Her mouth was packed with dirt, dark earth spilling from between her lips as though she had been eating it by the handful. "Little one," he called, his voice barely a breath, a fragile whisper in the vast, silent field. He was terrified to wake her too abruptly, fearing what unknown, fragile part of her mind might shatter. "Little one, come back to the house." She did not respond. Her eyes were open, wide and strangely unfocused, gazing at something beyond the physical world, something that seemed to exist only for her. In the pale moonlight, her face looked ethereal, almost translucent, like a ghost child caught between realms. The farmer moved closer, each step sinking his bare feet deeper into the rich, loamy soil that surrounded the scarecrow. The earth beneath him felt profoundly different here, warmer, almost alive. With every hesitant step, he could sense a subtle pulse beneath the surface, a slow, steady rhythm, like the deep, ancient heartbeat of the land itself. "Little one," he urged again, his voice cracking with desperation. It's time to come home. This time, she turned her head toward him, her movements slow and deliberate. When she opened her mouth to speak, a small waterfall of dark dirt cascaded from between her lips. "The sleeping kids are hungry. Daddy," she said, her voice a hollow, distant echo in the night. "They want me to stay and play with them." "What sleeping kids, sweetheart?" he asked, his own voice hoarse with fear. She pointed a small, dirt-stained finger toward the scarecrow. Only then did the farmer notice the ground around its base. It was disturbed, marked with small, unnatural depressions that looked horrifyingly like miniature graves. Too many graves for any natural explanation. "They're all down there," she explained, her voice gaining a strange, knowing quality. "In the deep, dark place, Michael and Susan and little Bobby. They've been waiting so long for a friend." The farmer scooped the little girl into his arms, ignoring the cold, clinging soil that transferred from her body to his pajamas. She felt impossibly cold, far colder than the crisp night air could account for, and her skin had a waxy, unnatural quality that made his mind recoil, conjuring images of funeral parlors and embalming fluid. As he carried her back toward the house, his daughter continued to speak, her voice seeming to drift from somewhere far beyond her small body. "The corn man showed me how they sleep, all curled up like babies with their eyes closed and their mouths full of earth. He says it doesn't hurt after the first few minutes. He says it's peaceful, like the deepest dream you ever had." "Don't listen to him, little one," the farmer pleaded, holding her tighter. "Whatever he's telling you, don't listen. But he's so lonely." "Daddy," she whispered, her voice tinged with a mournful pity. "He's been alone for such a long time, and all he wants is for the sleeping kids to have a friend, someone to help them not be scared in the deep, dark place." The farmer carried his daughter into the house and directly to the bathroom, where he ran a warm bath. He gently, meticulously cleaned the soil from her mouth and fingernails. Throughout the process, the little girl remained in that distant, dreamy state, occasionally murmuring details about the children sleeping beneath the scarecrow that she had no conceivable way of knowing. She spoke of Michael, who had been 7 when the fever took him, and how he missed his mother's lullabies. She described Susan, who had died in a buggy accident in 1923, and how she still clutched the porcelain doll that had been buried with her. She spoke of Bobby, whose family had farmed the adjacent property in the 1940s, and how he sang soft, foreign songs in the deep, dark place to keep the other sleeping kids from being afraid. With each chilling detail, the farmer felt his rational worldview crumbling, piece by agonizing piece. There was no way his little girl could know these things, no way she could fabricate such specific, emotionally resonant stories about children who had died decades before her birth. And yet, the knowledge poured from her in a steady, unyielding stream, as if she'd been having regular, intimate conversations with the dead. After he tucked her back into bed, her small body finally still and clean, the farmer retreated to his kitchen. He sat at the table with a cup of coffee, the lukewarm liquid doing little to warm the cold dread that had settled in his heart. He tried desperately to make sense of what was happening. The logical explanation, the one his mind clung to with desperate tenacity, was that his daughter was experiencing some kind of psychological breakdown. possibly triggered by the relentless stress of her parents' divorce and the pervasive financial uncertainty plaguing their household. Children, he knew, sometimes created elaborate fantasy worlds when reality became too difficult to process. But the evidence of his own senses, the undeniable reality of his cornfield's impossible fertility, the way the scarecrow seemed to shift and watch with an almost conscious malevolence, the terrifying specificity of his daughter's historical knowledge, all of it contradicted that comfortable, rational explanation. All of it pointed towards something far more disturbing than childhood trauma, something ancient and hungry lurking beneath the parched earth. At 3 o'clock in the morning, sleep a distant, impossible luxury. The farmer drove to the community graveyard. The old burial ground sat on a lonely hill overlooking the rural town, its weathered headstones casting long, distorted shadows in the unforgiving moonlight. He parked near the entrance, the crunch of his tires on the gravel echoing unnervingly in the oppressive silence. He walked slowly through the rows of graves, his flashlight beam dancing across carved names and dates that chronicled the town's quiet, forgotten history. His father's grave was in the newer section, marked by a simple granite headstone that bore a familiar name, dates, and the inscription, "Beloved Father and Farmer." The farmer knelt beside the marker, pressing his palm against the earth that covered what should have been his father's remains. The soil felt wrong, not just loose or recently disturbed, but fundamentally different from the hard-packed clay that characterized the rest of the cemetery. It was rich and loamy, exactly like the earth around his scarecrow, and it seemed to pulse with that same slow, subterranean heartbeat, driven by a terrible, cold certainty. The farmer began to dig with his bare hands. The soil came away with unnerving ease, as if it wanted to be moved, eager to reveal its secret. Within minutes, he had excavated a hole roughly 2 feet deep, and his fingers encountered fabric the familiar texture of his father's burial suit. But when he pulled the material free, it was empty. Nothing inside but loose earth and the faint, lingering scent of decay. The farmer's father's body was gone. He sat back on his heels, his mind reeling, a profound, icy shock gripping him. Old Pete's story about the other farmer suddenly seemed less like folklore, less like a warning from a distant past, and more like a terrifyingly accurate roadmap. His father's corpse was somehow animating the scarecrow, feeding the hungry earth, calling to his daughter with promises of eternal companionship among the sleeping children. The rational part of his mind screamed for another explanation, grave robbers. Perhaps. Though what anyone would want with a 5-year-old corpse was beyond comprehension. But the supernatural explanation, grotesque as it was, fit the facts too neatly to dismiss, especially given his little girl's increasingly specific, impossible knowledge about children who had died decades earlier. The farmer filled in the hole, mechanically patting down the soil, and drove home in a state of numb, disbelieving shock. As he pulled into his driveway, the scarecrow in his north field seemed to track his headlights, its button eyes glinting with a cold, malevolent intelligence in the pre-dawn light. That night, a soft, deliberate click, like a bone shifting deep within a sleeping body, severed the farmer's dreams. It was the sound of the front door closing, a whisper of finality that cut through the silence of the old farmhouse. He woke with a jolt, his mind still thick with the sticky residue of sleep, a primal dread coiling in his gut. He stumbled from his bed, his bare feet cold against the wooden floor, and rushed to his daughter's room. The little girl's bed was empty, the covers flung back in an almost violent urgency. The farmer's heart began to thrum against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. He moved through the house with a desperate quietness, his eyes straining in the dim moonlight that filtered through the windows. He found her outside, in the cornfield, barely 30 yards from the scarecrow. Her small form was almost swallowed by the towering stalks, a ghostly sliver of white in the silvered darkness. She wore only her thin nightgown, its fabric clinging to her small frame, and her bare feet were stained black with the rich, dark soil. As he drew closer, a horrific detail emerged in the moonlight. Her mouth was packed with dirt, dark earth spilling from between her lips, as though she had been eating it by the handful. "Little one," he called, his voice barely a breath, a fragile whisper in the vast, silent field. He was terrified to wake her too abruptly, fearing what unknown, fragile part of her mind might shatter. "Little one, come back to the house." She did not respond. Her eyes were open, wide and strangely unfocused, gazing at something beyond the physical world, something that seemed to exist only for her. In the pale moonlight, her face looked ethereal, almost translucent, like a ghost child caught between realms. The farmer moved closer, each step sinking his bare feet deeper into the rich, loamy soil that surrounded the scarecrow. The earth beneath him felt profoundly different here, warmer, almost alive. With every hesitant step, he could sense a subtle pulse beneath the surface, a slow, steady rhythm, like the deep, ancient heartbeat of the land itself. "Little one, it's time to come home." This time, she turned her head toward him, her movements slow and deliberate. When she opened her mouth to speak, a small waterfall of dark dirt cascaded from between her lips. "The corn man showed me. The sleeping kids are hungry. Daddy. They want me to stay and play with them." "What sleeping kids, sweetheart?" he asked, his own voice hoarse with fear. She pointed a small, dirt-stained finger toward the scarecrow. Only then did the farmer notice the ground around its base. It was disturbed, marked with small, unnatural depressions that looked horrifyingly like miniature graves. Too many graves for any natural explanation. "They're all down there," she explained, her voice gaining a strange, knowing quality. "In the deep, dark place, Michael and Susan and little Bobby. They've been waiting so long for a friend." The farmer scooped the little girl into his arms, ignoring the cold, clinging soil that transferred from her body to his pajamas. She felt impossibly cold, far colder than the crisp night air could account for, and her skin had a waxy, unnatural quality that made his mind recoil, conjuring images of funeral parlors and embalming fluid. As he carried her back toward the house, his daughter continued to speak, her voice seeming to drift from somewhere far beyond her small body. "The corn man showed me how they sleep, all curled up like babies with their eyes closed and their mouths full of earth. He says it doesn't hurt after the first few minutes. He says it's peaceful, like the deepest dream you ever had. Don't listen to him. Little one," the farmer pleaded, holding her tighter. "Whatever he's telling you, don't listen. But he's so lonely. Daddy, she whispered, her voice tinged with a mournful pity. He's been alone for such a long time, and all he wants is for the sleeping kids to have a friend, someone to help them not be scared in the deep, dark place. The farmer carried his daughter into the house and directly to the bathroom, where he ran a warm bath. He gently, meticulously cleaned the soil from her mouth and fingernails. Throughout the process, the little girl remained in that distant, dreamy state, occasionally mentioning details about the children sleeping beneath the scarecrow that she had no conceivable way of knowing. She spoke of Michael, who had been 7 when the fever took him, and how he missed his mother's lullabies. She described Susan, who had died in a buggy accident in 1923, and how she still clutched the porcelain doll that had been buried with her. She spoke of Bobby, whose family had farmed the adjacent property in the 1940s, and how he sang soft, foreign songs in the deep, dark place to keep the other sleeping kids from being afraid. With each chilling detail, the farmer felt his rational worldview crumbling, piece by agonizing piece. There was no way his little girl could know these things. No way she could fabricate such specific, emotionally resonant stories about children who had died decades before her birth. And yet, the knowledge poured from her in a steady, unyielding stream, as if she'd been having regular, intimate conversations with the dead. After he tucked her back into bed, her small body finally still and clean, the farmer retreated to his kitchen. He sat at the table with a cup of coffee, the lukewarm liquid doing little to warm the cold dread that had settled in his heart. He tried desperately to make sense of what was happening. The logical explanation, the one his mind clung to with desperate tenacity, was that his daughter was experiencing some kind of psychological breakdown, possibly triggered by the relentless stress of her parents' divorce and the pervasive financial uncertainty plaguing their household. Children, he knew, sometimes created elaborate fantasy worlds when reality became too difficult to process. But the evidence of his own senses, the undeniable reality of his cornfield's impossible fertility, the way the scarecrow seemed to shift and watch with an almost conscious malevolence, the terrifying specificity of his daughter's historical knowledge, all of it contradicted that comfortable, rational explanation. All of it pointed towards something far more disturbing than childhood trauma, something ancient and hungry lurking beneath the parched earth. At 3 o'clock in the morning, sleep a distant, impossible luxury. The farmer drove to the community graveyard. The old burial ground sat on a lonely hill overlooking the rural town, its weathered headstones casting long, distorted shadows in the unforgiving moonlight. He parked near the entrance, the crunch of his tires on the gravel echoing unnervingly in the oppressive silence. He walked slowly through the rows of graves, his flashlight beam dancing across carved names and dates that chronicled the town's quiet, forgotten history. His father's grave was in the newer section, marked by a simple granite headstone that bore a familiar name, dates, and the inscription, "Beloved Father and Farmer." The farmer knelt beside the marker, pressing his palm against the earth that covered what should have been his father's remains. The soil felt profoundly wrong, not just loose or recently disturbed, but fundamentally different from the hard-packed clay that characterized the rest of the cemetery. It was rich and loamy, exactly like the earth around his scarecrow, and it seemed to pulse with that same slow, subterranean heartbeat, driven by a terrible, cold certainty. The farmer began to dig with his bare hands. The soil came away with unnerving ease, as if it wanted to be moved, eager to reveal its secret. Within minutes, he had excavated a hole roughly 2 feet deep, and his fingers encountered fabric the familiar texture of his father's burial suit. But when he pulled the material free, it was empty. Nothing inside but loose earth and the faint, lingering scent of decay. The farmer's father's body was gone. He sat back on his heels, his mind reeling, a profound, icy shock gripping him. Old Pete's story about the other farmer suddenly seemed less like folklore, less like a warning from a distant past, and more like a terrifyingly accurate roadmap. His father's corpse was somehow animating the scarecrow, feeding the hungry earth, calling to his daughter with promises of eternal companionship among the sleeping children. The rational part of his mind screamed for another explanation: grave robbers, perhaps, though what anyone would want with a 5-year-old corpse was beyond comprehension. But the supernatural explanation, grotesque as it was, fit the facts too neatly to dismiss, especially given his little girl's increasingly specific, impossible knowledge about children who had died decades earlier. The farmer filled in the hole, mechanically patting down the soil, and drove home in a state of numb, disbelieving shock. As he pulled into his driveway, the scarecrow in his north field seemed to track his headlights, its button eyes glinting with a cold, malevolent intelligence in the pre-dawn light. The following morning, a cold dread, heavier than any physical weight, settled upon the farmer. He was stirring instant coffee in his kitchen, the lukewarm liquid a poor comfort, when his phone rang. The caller ID showed the former spouse's number, but it was not her usual brisk greeting that met him. Her voice was thin, tight, with a panic that vibrated through the receiver, making the sound brittle, almost sharp. "The little girl's friend is missing," she stated, without preamble, the words cutting through the fragile domestic calm. The friend's parents called the authorities an hour ago. They found her bedroom window open and muddy footprints leading across their backyard towards the farm roads. The farmer's blood ran cold. The little girl's friend, a quiet child with dark hair and serious eyes, lived on the other side of the rural town. His own little girl had mentioned her sometimes, in the innocent context of school days. When did they notice she was gone? He asked, his voice a low, unsteady rumble. This morning, when they went to wake her, but her bed was cold. She might have been gone most of the night. His gaze, pulled by an invisible string, drifted to the kitchen window. The scarecrow stood silhouetted against the nascent light, its burlap face still and watchful. But it was no longer alone in the cornfield. A small, indistinct shape stood beside it, barely visible among the towering stalks, yet unmistakably human in its fragile outline. A gasp, cold and involuntary, caught in his throat. He ended the call abruptly, the click of the phone jarring in the quiet room, and rushed outside. He ran across the field, his heart hammering against his ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. It was a race against an unseen force, a desperate hope battling a mounting terror. Perhaps it was his own little girl, sleepwalking once more. Perhaps he could still reach her, pull her back before whatever malevolent power had claimed the scarecrow could claim her permanently. But as he drew closer, the horrifying truth solidified. The small figure was not his daughter. It was the little girl's friend, standing utterly motionless beside the scarecrow, her arms hanging limp at her sides, her eyes fixed on something invisible, something beyond the veil of their physical world. Her thin nightgown was stained with soil, and her bare feet had sunk several inches into the soft, yielding earth, as if she were taking root. "Little one's friend," the farmer called, his voice strained, a raw whisper against the vast silence of the field. She did not respond. Like his own daughter during her unsettling episodes, she seemed to exist in a liminal state, a space between waking and sleeping, aware of some other, overlapping reality. As he approached, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached him. She was whispering, her voice so soft it was barely audible, a rustle of dry leaves in the quiet dawn. He strained to make out the words, and a fresh wave of horror washed over him. She was reciting names: Michael, Susan, Bobby, and dozens of others. A chilling litany of the dead, spoken with the hushed reverence of a forgotten prayer. He reached out a trembling hand to touch her shoulder. She turned slowly towards him, her eyes vacant, devoid of any recognition. Her pupils were dilated, vast black pools that swallowed her irises, and her lips were dark, caked with soil. "The corn man says," she murmured, her voice flat, devoid of the natural lilt of a child, utterly unlike the little girl he knew. "It's time. The sleeping kids have been alone for so long, and they need a friend to help them remember what it was like to be alive. Little one's friend, you need to come with me. Your parents are worried about you. Parents don't matter in the deep, dark place," she replied, her voice disturbingly calm. "Only the sleeping kids matter there." He picked her up. She offered no resistance, her body cold and pliant, like handling a mannequin. As he carried her away from the scarecrow, he could feel the earth beneath his feet, a subtle, insistent tug, as if the soil itself was reluctant to release its prize. The little girl's friend remained in her trance-like state throughout the drive to her home, occasionally murmuring about the sleeping kids and their profound loneliness. When the farmer finally handed her over to her frantic parents, she seemed to snap back to normal consciousness, blinking in confusion, asking why she was covered in dirt. The local authorities treated the incident as an episode of sleepwalking, attributing it to stress or some latent medical condition. They advised the friend's parents to consult a specialist and install better locks. But the farmer knew the truth was far more sinister. The force that animated his scarecrow, the ancient hunger lurking beneath the soil, was expanding its insidious influence. The little girl's friend had been a test case, a probe into how far its chilling power could reach. Next time, the entity might not be satisfied with simply communing with its intended victims. Next time, it might decide to keep them. That afternoon, while his own daughter napped, the farmer drove to the old man's trailer on the outskirts of the rural town. The old man answered the door as if he had been expecting the visit, his weathered face creased with a grim, knowing satisfaction. "So, it's starting," the old man said, his voice a low, heavy rasp, gesturing for the farmer to come inside. "How many kids so far?" "Just one, besides my little girl. The friend. Won't be the last," the old man predicted, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the walls of his ramshackle home. "Thing is, Once it gets a taste for young energy, it becomes harder to satisfy, more demanding. The old man poured 2 glasses of amber whiskey, the liquid swirling with a deceptive warmth, and handed one to the farmer. The previous farmer learned that the hard way. Tell me what really happened 60 years ago. The farmer's voice was barely a whisper. The old man drained half his whiskey in one swallow, the sharp burn a familiar companion, then sat heavily in a recliner that had seen better decades. The previous farmer's boy, Michael, died in March of, say, 62. Fever took him quick, maybe 3 days from first symptoms to the grave. The previous farmer was devastated. Michael was his only child, and his wife had died giving birth. The boy was all he had left in the world, but he dug him up, not right away. First, the previous farmer tried everything normal folks try when they're facing ruin. He applied for government aid, took out loans against the farm, even tried planting different crops that might be more drought resistant. Nothing worked. By August, he was facing foreclosure. The old man paused, refilling his glass, his hands trembling slightly. Whether from age or the weight of the story, the farmer couldn't tell. That's when he started having the dreams. Michael would come to him every night, standing at the foot of his bed, all covered in grave dirt, begging his daddy to bring him home. Said he was cold and lonely in the cemetery. Said he wanted to help save the farm, like a good son should. So the previous farmer believed the dreams were real. Desperate men believe what they need to believe. The old man affirmed, his eyes clouded with ancient sorrow. The previous farmer dug up Michael's grave on a Tuesday night, wrapped the little body in his own work clothes, and planted him in the middle of his failing cornfield. Put up a scarecrow to mark the spot, to hide what he'd done. The farmer felt a wave of nausea, cold and sharp. And it worked like magic. Within a week, the previous farmer had the finest crop in 3 counties. Corn growing so fast you could almost watch it get taller. Other farmers came from all over to see the miracle, and he just smiled and said he'd gotten lucky with his seed variety. What about the other children, the ones who went missing? The old man's face darkened, his gaze growing heavy. That came later. Michael's spirit, or whatever was left of him, started calling the kids in town. They'd sleepwalk to the previous farmer's farm and stand in his cornfield like they were rooted there. First time it happened. The previous farmer brought the girl back to her parents and figured it was just a coincidence. But it kept happening, night after night. And the kids would remember things they shouldn't know. About Michael. And about other dead children buried around the county. He shook his head slowly, a deep, mournful sigh escaping his lips. He should have stopped it then. Should have. But didn't. See, the previous farmer had gotten a taste of prosperity, and he wasn't ready to give it up. Plus, the kids always went back to normal after their visits to the cornfield. No harm done. Or so he told himself. The old man stood and walked to the window, staring out at the fading afternoon light. His silhouette etched against the dying day. But the thing that was using Michael to call to those kids, it wasn't satisfied with just communing with them. It wanted more permanent companions for the boy. It started whispering to the previous farmer in his dreams, telling him how lonely Michael was in the deep, dark place, how much better things would be if he had friends to play with. and the previous farmer listened. He was a broken man who'd already crossed the line between normal morality and supernatural desperation. When the voice in his dreams told him that sacrificing one child would ensure his prosperity for decades, and that the sacrificed child would be happy playing with Michael for eternity, it probably seemed like a reasonable bargain. The previous farmer, a man broken by desperation, had made his terrible choice. It was the little girl from the neighboring family, barely 5 years old, small for her age, her laughter as fragile as dry leaves. He, in his twisted logic, convinced himself he was offering her a mercy, a release from the encroaching shadows of poverty and hardship that mirrored his own family's struggles. A dark kindness, he must have called it in the quiet chambers of his mind. The old man's voice dropped, a mere whisper now, filled with the echo of unspeakable act, a sound that seemed to scratch at the edges of the air. Drowning was the traditional method, he murmured, his gaze fixed on some distant, unseen horror. Peaceful, or so they say. The previous farmer took the little girl to the old swimming hole, a place where children once splashed in innocent joy. He told her parents he was taking her fishing, a special treat. And then he held her beneath the murky surface until the bubbles stopped rising. The water, once clear, now seemed to hold the weight of her silent struggle. After that, he buried her beneath his scarecrow, right next to Michael, a new companion for the deep, dark place. A cold dread seeped into the farmer's bones, chilling him more profoundly than the autumn wind outside. He could almost see it, a tableau of silent terror, a desperate father, hands trembling, pressing down on a small, writhing form, convincing himself of a necessary sacrifice, not a murder. What happened after that, the farmer managed to ask, his throat suddenly tight. The old man sighed, a sound like dry earth crumbling. The previous farmer's prosperity, it continued for exactly one season. His corn grew like something out of a fairy tale, stalks reaching for the sky with an impossible vigor, their leaves a vibrant, almost violent green. He made enough money to pay off all his debts, to buy additional farmland, to dream of a future free from the gnawing fear of ruin. But when spring came the next year, the entity that had been helping him, it demanded another sacrifice. It whispered in his dreams, soft, insistent, telling him that the little girl and Michael were lonely, that they needed more friends to keep them company in the deep, dark place. Did he do it again? He tried to resist. At first, the old man recounted, his voice laced with the bitterness of a long-ago tragedy. The horror of what he'd done to the little girl had been eating at him all winter, a slow, festering wound in his soul. But the dreams got worse. Michael and the little girl. They both called to him now, their voices layered, a chilling duet, interwoven with the soft, percussive sound of earth falling on wood. They told him about the other children who were waiting to join them, how the deep, dark place could hold dozens of sleeping kids if only someone would help them find their way there. The old man turned away from the window, his face aged beyond his years by the weight of old secrets, his silhouette hunched against the fading light. By spring, the previous farmer was barely sleeping. The voices came every night, seeping into his waking hours, distorting his reality. During the day, he'd see small figures moving through his cornfield. Children who weren't quite solid, weren't quite there. His neighbors started avoiding him, because he developed a habit of talking to empty air, carrying on conversations with people only he could see. So, he gave in. He took the little boy from the neighboring family, the first girl's older brother, 7 years old. He figured it would be a kindness, a reunification of siblings in death. The old man's voice carried a new, sharper edge. Speaking of personal, intimate knowledge. This time, the previous farmer didn't even bother with the pretense of an accident. He just walked into the family's home one night, told the boy that his sister was waiting for him, and led the boy out into the cornfield. The farmer felt the room spinning around him, the scent of the old man's whiskey suddenly cloying. You were there. You saw it happen. I was 10 years old, the old man confirmed, his gaze distant, lost in the shadows of the past, camping in the woods behind the family's property with my older brother. We heard the boy calling for help, a small, desperate cry against the vast silence of the night. We heard the previous farmer telling him to be quiet, that it would all be over soon. By the time we worked up the courage to investigate, fear a cold hand in our stomachs. It was too late. Why didn't you tell someone? The farmer's voice cracked. The old man laughed, a harsh, brittle sound, devoid of humor. Tell them that we'd seen our neighbor, drowning a boy from the family of another ethnicity to feed some kind of supernatural entity living in his cornfield. This was 1962, son. Folks weren't exactly progressive in their thinking, especially when it came to believing children over respected adult members of the community. His gaze hardened, returning to the present. But after the boy disappeared, the previous farmer had a story ready. Said he'd seen strangers in a car talking to the boy earlier that day. Suggested maybe the boy had been kidnapped by people passing through town. With all the civil rights tensions happening around the country, it wasn't hard to convince folks that outsiders might have targeted a minority family. The farmer tried to process the enormity of what the old man was describing. Not just murder, but a systematic campaign of child sacrifice, hidden behind a veneer of small-town respectability. How many kids did the previous farmer kill for? Over 2 years. The boy from the neighboring family, then a little girl, then the twins. Each time the entity promised him that this would be the last one, that his prosperity was now secured for generations. And each time, when the next planting season came around, it demanded another sacrifice. What stopped him? The old man walked back to his chair and sat down heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 80-plus years, the accumulated weight of decades of silent horror pressing down on him. I stopped him. Me and my brother. We'd been watching the previous farmer ever since the incident with the boy from the neighboring family. We knew something was wrong, even if we couldn't prove it or convince any adults to listen to us. So, we started following him at night, trying to gather evidence. And you caught him in the act. We caught him leading a little girl named Amy toward his cornfield at 2 a.m, 8 years old, blonde pigtails, trusting as a puppy because the previous farmer was a respected member of the community. My brother and I, we jumped him before he could get her to the scarecrow. The old man's hands were shaking now, gripping his whiskey glass like it was an anchor to the present, his knuckles white. The previous farmer fought like a man possessed, kept screaming that we didn't understand, that the sleeping kids needed Amy to keep them company, that she'd be happy in the deep, dark place. But my brother was 16 and strong from farm work, and I was motivated by pure terror. We managed to knock the previous farmer unconscious and get Amy back to her parents. What did you tell them? The truth. Finally. All of it. The previous farmer digging up his dead son. The supernatural fertility of his cornfield. The pattern of missing children. Everything we'd witnessed over the past 2 years. The old man took a shaky sip of whiskey. The amber liquid a bitter comfort. Of course, nobody believed us at first. 2 kids accusing a prominent farmer of practicing some kind of dark magic sounded like the ravings of overactive imaginations. But they investigated. They had to. Once Amy confirmed that the previous farmer had been leading her toward his farm, and when they dug up the area around his scarecrow, the old man's voice trailed off, and he stared into his glass as if seeking absolution in its amber depths. They found the bodies, what was left of them. The image hit the farmer with visceral force. He could picture the scene too clearly. Small bodies, curled and contorted, arranged in the dark earth like some grotesque garden. Their innocent faces, somehow preserved, staring up from the soil. Usually, it was someone who'd lost a child. The old man continued, his voice a low, mournful drone. Someone so broken by grief that the promise of supernatural prosperity seemed worth any price. And now, it's happening again. Now it's happening again. The old man agreed, his eyes meeting the farmer's, filled with pity and ancient knowledge. Your father's body, it's feeding that hungry earth. And the entity that lives there, it's calling to your daughter, just like it called to those other kids 60 years ago. The only question is, what you're going to do about it. The farmer stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the worn wooden floor, the sound of shrill protest in the quiet room. I'm going to tear down that scarecrow and burn it. End this before it goes any further. You think the previous farmer didn't try that? You think I haven't seen a dozen other farmers over the years attempt the same solution? The old man's voice carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom, a chilling finality. Burning the scarecrow just makes the entity angry. The hunger gets stronger, more demanding. Instead of calling to kids from across town, it starts reaching out across county lines. Instead of being satisfied with one sacrifice per season, it demands multiple victims. I won't murder an innocent child, the farmer declared, his voice a low, firm refusal, though it trembled with an underlying current of desperation. He would not become that man, not yet. The old man's gaze, heavy with the accumulated sorrow of decades, met his. Then you'll lose her, he stated, his honesty brutal. A cold blade piercing the fragile hope the farmer clung to. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually, the entity, it is patient, and it has all the time in the world. It will keep calling to her, night after night, a soft, persistent whisper from beneath the earth, until she can no longer resist. And when she finally goes to it willingly, she won't be coming back. The farmer turned towards the door, his feet feeling strangely heavy, detached from his will, his mind reeling with the sheer, unutterable horror of his situation. Behind him, the old man's voice followed, a low, guttural curse that seeped into the very marrow of his bones. Think about it, son. Truly think about it. Is your moral purity worth more than your daughter's life? Is it the drive home passed in a blur of anguish? a desolate landscape painted in the hues of despair. Every mile was a twisting calculation. Every turn of the wheel a further descent into a moral abyss he had never imagined. His thoughts were a frantic, desperate scramble, considering options that would have been utterly unthinkable just hours earlier. He, the honest farmer, the loving father, found himself weighing lives. Were there children in the rural town whose disappearance might go unnoticed? Runaways, perhaps, or those from families already fractured by neglect, their absence less likely to stir immediate alarm. The mere act of entertaining such dark possibilities filled him with a crushing, suffocating self-loathing, a foul taste that coated his tongue. Yet, he couldn't escape the cold, relentless logic of the old man's argument. If the entity truly would keep calling to his daughter until she surrendered to its embrace, then wasn't saving her worth any sacrifice, wasn't protecting his own child, his precious little girl, more important than abstract moral principles that felt increasingly flimsy in the face of such ancient, insatiable hunger. He pulled into his driveway as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in violent shades of red and orange that burned with an unsettling reminder of fire and blood. The scarecrow in his north field stood silhouetted against the dying light, a silent, menacing sentry. Its presence felt somehow more commanding, more possessive than ever before. Its button eyes, even from this distance, seeming to gleam with a predatory intelligence. His daughter met him at the front door, her face bright with an innocent, unsettling excitement. "Daddy, the corn man showed me something amazing today." A silent chill, sharp as a winter's breath, ran through the farmer's veins, turning his blood to ice. He knelt, his hands trembling slightly, fighting to keep his voice steady. "What did he show you?" "Sweetheart, how to dig really deep holes," she chirped, holding up her small hands, her eyes wide with wonder. "With just your hands. He says it's important to know how, in case you ever need to plant something special." The farmer's gaze fell to her fingernails, caked with rich, dark soil. Despite the fact that she had been inside the house all afternoon, the implications were terrifying, stark and undeniable. The entity was no longer content with nocturnal whispers in her dreams. It was apparently able to communicate with his daughter even when she was awake, perhaps teaching her skills, preparing her for the moment when she would be ready to join the sleeping children. "My darling," he began, his voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea. "I need you to promise me something very important. Don't listen to the corn man anymore. Okay, don't pay attention to anything he tells you." His daughter tilted her head, a familiar gesture that usually melted his heart, but now filled him with dread. "But he's my friend, Daddy, and he knows so many interesting things about the deep, dark place where all the sleeping kids live." "The sleeping kids aren't your friends." "My love," he countered, the words feeling brittle, fragile against her calm certainty. They're not alive anymore." She considered this with the profound seriousness that children often bring to the most unsettling revelations. "I know they're dead. Daddy," she said, her tone utterly devoid of fear, as if discussing the most mundane of facts. "But that doesn't mean they can't be friends. The corn man says death is just a different way of being alive." The casual, ethereal way she discussed death, Her serene acceptance of these supernatural concepts sent fresh shivers down his spine. Whatever force was influencing her had clearly been at work for far longer than he had realized. Gradually, insidiously, reshaping her understanding of fundamental concepts like life and death, blurring the lines between the living and the lost. That night, the farmer didn't sleep. He sat in a hard wooden chair beside his daughter's bed, a silent, solitary vigil. He watched her peaceful, innocent face in the dim glow of the night light, listening with strained ears for any sound, any subtle movement that might indicate another sleepwalking episode. Around midnight, a soft murmur escaped her lips as she stirred in her sleep, carrying on a conversation with someone invisible, a voice only she could hear. "Yes, Cornman," she whispered, her voice barely audible, soft as silk against the vast silence of the room. "I understand. The deep, dark place is very nice, and all the sleeping kids are happy there." The farmer leaned closer, straining to catch every terrifying word. "No, I don't think Daddy would like it at first, but you said he could visit me sometimes, right in dreams." A pause, a beat of chilling silence, as if she were listening intently to a response only she could perceive. "Okay, I'll be ready tomorrow night. Should I bring my stuffed rabbit? Will there be toys in the deep, dark place?" The farmer's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. Tomorrow night, the entity was planning to claim his daughter. Tomorrow night, and she, his sweet, innocent little girl, was cooperating willingly, seduced by promises of eternal friendship with the sleeping children. He had less than 24 hours to make an impossible choice. The next morning brought news that crystallized his decision in the most horrific way imaginable. His former wife called while his daughter was eating breakfast, her voice tight with a barely controlled panic that resonated with his own deepening dread. "There's been another incident," she said without preamble. Her words clipped, urgent. 3 children this time. The twin children and that boy from the trailer park. They were found standing in the middle of the main highway at dawn, completely catatonic. If a trucker hadn't seen them in time to stop, they would have been killed. The police think it's some kind of mass hysteria, maybe triggered by contaminated water or exposure to agricultural chemicals. The farmer looked out his kitchen window at the scarecrow, which seemed to be facing directly towards the house now, its burlap face an ominous shadow against the pale morning light. His blood ran cold. "Where are the kids now?" he managed to ask, his throat dry. "County hospital. Under observation. But there's something else," his former wife continued, her voice dropping to a horrified whisper. "The doctors say all 3 children have soil in their lungs, like they've been breathing dirt. The implications were horrifyingly clear. The entity was expanding its influence, its hungry tendrils reaching out, calling to children from farther away, and with a terrifying, escalating intensity. Soon, it would not be satisfied with just 3 sleepwalking children. It would draw dozens, maybe hundreds, turning the entire region into a supernatural feeding ground, unless he gave it what it wanted. After he hung up the phone, the farmer sat at his kitchen table, staring at his daughter. She was methodically working through a bowl of cereal, occasionally pausing, her head tilted slightly, listening to something only she could hear. When she smiled at empty air, Her expression held an otherworldly quality, a serene detachment that broke his heart into 1,000 pieces. "My love," he said carefully, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "Would you like to visit your grandmother today? Maybe spend the night?" "Can't." "Daddy," she replied, her voice soft but firm, utterly convinced. "The corn man needs me here tonight. He says it's very important." "What's so important about tonight?" His daughter looked up at him, her eyes, usually so full of childish innocence, now seemed far too old for her 7-year-old face, glimmering with a strange, ancient understanding. "Tonight, I get to meet all the sleeping kids, Michael, and the little girl, and the boy, and all the others. The corn man says they've been waiting so long for a new friend." The farmer felt his world collapse around him, crumbling into dust. There was no mistaking the significance of her words. Tonight, the entity planned to claim her permanently, and based on her eager, joyful anticipation, she would go willingly into whatever dark fate awaited her beneath the scarecrow. He spent the day making preparations he'd never imagined himself capable of, each action a silent scream of the soul. First, he drove to the county hospital, the air in his truck heavy with unspoken dread. He observed the 3 children who had been found on the main highway. They sat in their beds like small, perfectly sculpted statues, their eyes unfocused, their mouths occasionally moving in silent conversation with invisible companions. Soil, dark and damp, continued to leak from their nostrils, defying repeated attempts by the medical staff to clean them. Next, he found himself driving past the houses of children his daughter knew from school. First, the twin children, bright, athletic boys whose parents coached Little League and never missed a school event. Then, the house of the little girl from another family, where he could see her mother working in the garden while the little girl played on a swing set her father had built by hand. Her laughter, a bright, fleeting sound carried on the breeze. Each stop felt like a knife twisting in his chest, a fresh wound bleeding into his soul. These were good families, loving parents who would be utterly destroyed by their children's disappearance. Parents, just like himself, who would move heaven and earth to protect their kids. But as he sat outside the family's house, watching the little girl laugh as she pumped her legs on the swing, the horrible truth crystallized, sharp and unforgiving. The choice, he realized, couldn't be about love or worthiness. It had to be about mathematics. Cold, brutal mathematics. His phone buzzed with a text from his daughter. The words on the screen were a chilling echo of the entity's growing impatience. A final turn of the screw. The call man says, "You're taking too long. Daddy, the sleeping kids are getting impatient." The farmer's hands shook as he drove to the one place he had been desperately avoiding. The modest house where the neighboring family lived. The little boy from the neighboring family was his daughter's age, a quiet boy with serious eyes and parents who worked double shifts. Their lives a constant struggle to make ends meet in the harsh rural town. His mother cleaned offices at night. His father repaired farm equipment for other struggling families. Their days a testament to tireless labor. They were good people, hard-working, honest, devoted to their son. The little boy from the neighboring family was loved, cherished, protected, just like his own daughter. The farmer sat in his truck outside their house for 20 agonizing minutes, watching through the kitchen window as the little boy from the neighboring family helped his mother prepare dinner. The boy stood on a small stool, carefully stirring something in a pot, while his mother guided his tiny hands. A scene of such tender, perfect normalcy that the farmer nearly drove away, nearly surrendered to the unthinkable. But then his daughter texted again. He's getting angry. Daddy says if you don't choose soon, he'll choose for you. Says his daughter's name looks like she'd fit perfectly in the deep, dark place. The threat, so stark, so direct, crystallized the farmer's resolve, hardening his heart against the last vestiges of his conscience. If he didn't act now, the entity would take his daughter anyway, on its own terms, perhaps in a way far more agonizing. At least this way, he could save his daughter. At least this way, the neighboring family's unimaginable loss would serve a purpose, protecting dozens of other children from the same horrific fate. The rationalization felt like poison in his mind, burning and acrid. But the farmer couldn't escape the cold, brutal arithmetic of sacrifice. One beloved child against another. One family's devastation to prevent countless others. The rationalization, though a poison in his mind, was an inescapable calculation. One life against dozens, maybe hundreds. A child who was already living in quiet misery against a daughter who represented hope and joy and everything good in the world. That evening, his phone rang, its sudden chime a jarring intrusion into the suffocating silence of his thoughts. His former wife's number appeared on the screen, and when he answered, her voice was tight with a new, terrifying determination. I am coming to get his daughter's name tonight. The actual murder was exactly as horrific as the farmer had expected. A scene that would forever claw at the edges of his sanity. He had brought a small, weathered tub, filled with water drawn from the farm's old well, its surface still and dark. The little boy from the neighboring family slipped beneath the surface with barely a ripple. Not with the convenient unconsciousness the farmer had desperately imagined, but with eyes wide open under the murky water. They held a raw, primal terror, and a devastating betrayal that tore at the farmer's very core. The child's final moments were a nightmare of flailing limbs, desperate, silent screaming, a struggle that mirrored the one raging within the farmer's own soul. He had to hold him down, had to feel the fragile life drain from a small body that was almost precisely the same size as his own daughter's. He had to watch the light fade from eyes that, just minutes before, had looked at him with innocent trust and burgeoning friendship. When it was over, the farmer stumbled back, vomiting into the corn until his stomach was empty. The acrid taste of bile mingling with the metallic tang of fear and regret. Then he sat beside the tub, in the hushed twilight gloom of the cornfield, and sobbed with a grief so profound, so all-encompassing, that it felt as if it might physically cleave him in two. It was a grief not just for the little boy from the neighboring family, but for himself, for the man he had been before this moment. That man was dead now, irrevocably drowned in the same water that had claimed an innocent boy's life. But even as he grieved, a new, cold dread pierced through his despair. He heard the unmistakable sound of car tires crunching on gravel, slowly approaching the farmhouse. His former wife was arriving to take his daughter away. He had minutes, perhaps even less, before she would discover what he had done. The digging took what felt like an eternity. though in reality, it was a frantic, desperate blur of motion. The farmer excavated a grave directly beneath the scarecrow, his shovel cutting through the soil that seemed almost eager to accept its offering. As he worked, each scoop of earth, each whisper of the shovel against the yielding ground, he could feel the entity's presence growing stronger, a palpable sense of ancient hunger finally approaching satisfaction. When the hole was deep enough to hide the unspeakable, the farmer gently, tenderly, lowered the little boy's body into the earth. The child's face was peaceful now, the terror of his final moments erased by death's merciful amnesia, a quiet mask. The farmer arranged his small hands across his chest, a gesture of hollow reverence, and whispered an apology that felt like ash in his mouth. "I'm sorry, little one. I'm so sorry, but I couldn't lose her. I couldn't let her go to the deep, dark place." As he began to shovel dirt back into the grave, working with a frantic, desperate urgency as his former wife's headlights swept across the darkness, the transformation began. The corn around him started growing, visibly, impossibly. Stalks stretching toward the star-filled sky, with a supernatural vigor that defied all natural laws. The air, previously thick with tension and despair, now filled with the rich, earthy scent of healthy soil and growing things, a potent perfume of prosperity that promised abundant harvest for years to come. But far more disturbing than the agricultural miracle was the sound that emerged from beneath his feet. A soft, muffled chorus of children's voices, dampened by the layers of earth, but clearly, chillingly audible. They were welcoming the little boy from the neighboring family to their eternal community, explaining the rules of the deep, dark place where sleeping kids could play forever without fear or hunger or pain. And beneath it all, faint yet undeniable, the farmer could hear the little boy's own voice joining the chorus, no longer terrified, but strangely, serenely content, as if death had indeed proven to be just another way of being alive. The farmer finished filling the grave just as his former wife's car pulled up to the farmhouse. He quickly hid the tools, his movements clumsy, haunted, and ran toward the house, his clothes still damp with soil and water, his hands trembling from the horror he had just committed. He entered the house to find his daughter sitting at the kitchen table in her nightgown, her face serene, her eyes holding that unsettling, knowing quality. His former wife stood beside her, having apparently just arrived, her expression shifting from an initial relief to a deepening concern as she took in the farmer's disheveled, mud-stained appearance. "Good heavens! What happened to you?" she exclaimed, her voice tight with alarm. "You look like you've been digging graves." The unintentional, horrific accuracy of her observation hit him like a physical blow, stripping him bare. "Just farm work," he muttered, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. "Had to fix a drainage issue before the rain hits." His former wife studied his face with the sharp, intuitive perception that had, for 12 years, made their marriage work before everything fell apart. At 10 o'clock at night, and in your good clothes, before the farmer could fabricate another lie. His daughter spoke, her voice calm, otherworldly, cutting through the strained silence like a cold blade. Daddy gave the corn man what he wanted. Mommy, the little boy from the neighboring family, is with the sleeping kids now, so I don't have to go to the deep, dark place anymore. The blood drained from his former wife's face, leaving it ashen and shocked. "What is she talking about?" she whispered, her gaze darting from her daughter's tranquil face to the farmer's haunted eyes. "Who is the little boy from the neighboring family? He was my friend at school," his daughter said helpfully, her tone utterly innocent. "The corn man needed a friend for all the sleeping kids, and Daddy chose the little boy from the neighboring family because he loves me more than he loves other people's children." His former wife gasped, grabbing her daughter by the shoulders, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. "My darling, where is he? Is he hurt?" "He's not hurt anymore." "Mommy," his daughter replied, her eyes wide, gleaming with an ancient wisdom. "The corn man says dying only hurts for a little while, and then you get to play with all the other sleeping kids forever and ever." His former wife looked from her daughter to the farmer, her face cycling through disbelief, horror, and a dawning, terrible understanding. "What? What have you done?" The farmer couldn't answer. The crushing weight of his actions had shattered his ability to speak, to justify, to explain. He simply stood there, covered in grave dirt and the phantom scent of the little boy's life, while his former wife processed the unthinkable, the unspeakable truth. "You killed a child," she whispered, the words ragged, tearing at the silence. "You murdered the little boy from the neighboring family." "I saved her," the farmer said finally, his voice barely audible, a fractured echo in the room. "I saved our daughter." His former wife pulled out her phone, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she fumbled to dial emergency services. But his daughter reached up, her small hand gentle yet firm, and took the phone from her mother's grasp. "You can't call them. Mommy. They wouldn't understand about the corn man and the sleeping kids. They'd take Daddy away. And then who would protect me when the next hungry time comes?" "The next hungry time," his former wife repeated, her voice thin, almost breaking. His daughter nodded gravely. "The corn man says the earth gets hungry every 20 or 30 years. Says when I have children of my own, I might have to make the same choice Daddy made tonight." His former wife sank into a chair, her face grey with shock, her gaze fixed on her daughter. "This is insane. This is completely insane. It's what love looks like," his daughter said, with the unwavering conviction of a child who had communed with forces beyond human understanding. "Sometimes love means doing terrible things to protect the people who matter most." That night, for the first time in weeks, his daughter slept peacefully in her own bed, a picture of untroubled innocence, without sleepwalking or communing with supernatural entities. The farmer, however, found sleep impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the little boy from the neighboring family's trusting face, felt the phantom weight of small hands clawing at his arms, heard the terrified silent screams. The next morning brought a chilling confirmation that his sacrifice had achieved its intended, horrific purpose. The 3 children who had been hospitalized after their highway incident had returned to normal consciousness, with no memory of their supernatural experiences. The soil had stopped leaking from their nostrils, and their eyes had regained their natural, childish focus. More importantly, the farmer's cornfield was thriving beyond his wildest dreams. The crop had grown another 2 feet overnight, and the stalks were so dense and healthy that agricultural experts from the state university came to study his methods. within a week. He'd received offers from seed companies and farming magazines, all eager to learn the secret of his impossible success. The secret, of course, was buried 6 feet beneath his scarecrow. A 7-year-old boy whose death had purchased prosperity for the farmer's family and, for now, a fragile safety for every other child in the county. But late at night, when the wind moved through the cornstalks, the farmer could still hear voices calling from the deep, dark place. Children's voices, including the little boy from the neighboring families, singing lullabies and telling stories to keep each other company in their eternal sleep. And sometimes, when his daughter was playing in the yard, she would pause, tilt her head slightly, as if listening intently to something only she could hear. When the farmer asked her about these moments, she would smile, a sweet, unburdened smile, and say that the sleeping kids were just saying hello, that they wanted her to know they weren't lonely anymore. Now that the little boy from the neighboring family was with them, the entity kept its bargain for the next 20 years. The farmer's farm produced record harvests, while neighboring properties continued to struggle with drought and poor soil. His daughter grew up healthy and happy, eventually attending college on a scholarship funded by their agricultural success. She married a good man and gave the farmer grandchildren, who played in the same yard where their mother had once listened to voices from the deep, dark place. But the cycle wasn't broken, merely dormant. As his daughter's own children grew older, the farmer began to notice familiar signs. His grandson would sometimes stare at the scarecrow with the same distant, unfocused expression his daughter had worn as a child. His granddaughter occasionally woke with soil beneath her fingernails, though she claimed to have no memory of digging. And deep beneath the corn, in the rich, blood-fed earth, the sleeping kids waited patiently for their next companion, because the land remained hungry, eternally so, and every generation would, in its own time, face the same impossible choice that had transformed the farmer from a desperate man into something far more terrible. The scarecrow in the north field continued to watch over its secret garden, its button eyes reflecting the changing seasons and the relentless passage of years. And when the wind was right and the moon was dark, children's voices could still be heard rising from the soil, singing, laughing, calling to the living world above, waiting for the next time someone would love their child enough to murder another's. In the deep, dark place where sleeping kids played forever, time had no meaning, and death was just another way of being alive. And in the farmhouse where prosperity had been purchased with blood, the farmer aged, a man haunted by necessary choices and the crushing weight of sacrificial love. The harvest was always bountiful. The price was always paid. And in the endless cycle of hunger and satisfaction, the entity that lived in the hungry earth continued its patient wait for the next desperate soul, willing to feed it what it craved most, the irreplaceable innocence of a child's life, planted deep in soil that had been thirsting for young blood since the very beginning of time. As the chilling echoes of these tales softly settle around you, fading like distant whispers in the gathering quiet, we are left to ponder the unseen threads that weave through our lives. How often do our deepest desires, our most desperate choices, unlock ancient forces and set in motion cycles far grander and more terrible than we can comprehend? A house that lives, a dollhouse that dictates, a loom that binds souls, a hungry earth that demands its due. Each story a gentle reminder that sometimes the most profound horrors are not those that jump out at us, but those that slowly, subtly claim a piece of our very essence. The world holds countless secrets, sleeping just beneath the surface of the mundane, waiting for a whisper, a need, a moment of vulnerability to awaken them. And in that awakening, lines blur between love and sacrifice, between protection and possession, between life and a different kind of being. As you prepare to drift into slumber, let these thoughts linger, not with fear, but with a quiet, contemplative unease. Allow the gentle darkness to embrace you, knowing that even in rest, the stories continue to unfold, just beyond the veil of consciousness. May your dreams be peaceful, yet profound.